Good morning, everyone. Honorable members and those present, may I just find out from the Portfolio Secretary whether we are a quorum to proceed with this meeting?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we do have a quorum, Chair. We can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. The formal welcome will come later. I have in front of me the agenda. It has been flighted, and I would like to have a proposal and a second to proceed with the proceedings of the day.
I propose to accept the agenda.
Honorable Musa,
Musa.
thank you for that. Is there a second, Honorable Molatani?
Good morning, Chairperson. I second the proposal of Honorable Musa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any apologies? Any apologies?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairperson, we do have apologies.
Please proceed.
We've received an apology. We've received an apology from Ms. Mutambi and Mr. Kabo, who will join the meeting a bit late because they are traveling. Mr. Kobane has had to travel home due to a bereavement in his family. The minister has requested to be excused at 10 to attend a cabinet committee meeting and might join the meeting again later. The Deputy Minister is delivering a keynote address at the National Language Summit and will join the meeting later. Thank you, Chair. That is all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, members and the Minister and colleagues. I also like to table an apology. We are going to be here until around 10:30, depending. We are at the Cabinet Committee and we've got an item to present, Chair, as the apology of the Minister also indicated. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairperson, you are muted. You are muted, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much for that.
Chairperson.
SASCOC, any member would like to apologize on behalf of someone else? SASCOC, Karate South Africa.
CEO, yeah, are there any? Good morning, everyone.
Nothing. Honorable members.
No, there is none, President.
Honorable members, the department. Honorable Daniels.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, my apologies, man. Before we start the meeting, Chairperson, I quickly want your indulgence. 10 seconds, let me get straight to it, Chairperson. Chairperson, when we start with our interrogations and rebuttals around what presentations have been before us, you do give us time allocations, and I can understand and appreciate why you do that. But I want you to consider, because I've noticed in our last couple of meetings, when you do allocate a particular time frame for us to ask our questions, when they respond to our questions, they chow up all our time. And then you rule to say our time is up, but we didn't have time to interrogate properly. So I'm just wanting to request, Chairperson, that somehow throughout this proceedings, that it meets your understanding and consideration. Because if you say, I'm giving you 5 minutes, and they take 4 minutes to respond, then I'm busted and I've got 1 minute to probe questions. And that hampers our work as members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson. Thank you. My apologies, I can't raise my hand yet, Chair. I don't know, I'm struggling. It's not that I don't know how to.
Noted.
It's not that I don't know how to.
I've noted, Honorable Daniels, but let me just make it clear to members. When a member asks a question or I give a member an opportunity, the moment the Federation responds, I pause the member's time. And also sometimes depend on the veracity of the case, the content, I give some little of leeway, but I will ensure that members get their rightful time in this particular area. Honorable Minister, honorable members, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, distinguished guests, the Department representative of SASCOC and the Karate of South Africa. We meet here, honorable members, today with karate. Karate is a disciplined sport it is shaped by values of respect, humility, and perseverance. Karate discipline is profound. It begins with a bow, a gesture of respect to the dojo, the instructor, and the opponent. It continues through rigorous training. The philosophy of karate insists that strength must be balanced. As the committee, our responsibility is to ensure that the discipline of karate is matched by the discipline in administration. Karate demands clarity of technique and fairness in competition. So, too much governance demands transparency, accountability, and integrity. Where karate teaches respect for rules and opponents, our oversight must ensure that every federation's policies are executed and that athletes and the public trust are intact. The comparison, honorable members, is striking. In karate, discipline is personal. In administration, discipline is collective. It is the federation's commitment to govern fairly, to account for resources, and to uphold standards. Both are essential. Without personal discipline, karate loses its soul. Without administrative discipline, karate loses its credibility. Hopefully, it will not be the case in this engagement here today. Our task today is to ensure that Karate South Africa is not only a custodian of sport, but also a custodian of its values. Honorable members, karate teaches us that discipline is not punishment. It's a pathway to excellence. In your engagement here today, please do likewise, but remember it's your duty to protect the athletes and the integrity of sport. Honorable members, you may notice I'm wearing a yellow tie today. In karate, the yellow belt marks the stage where a student has moved beyond the basics and is beginning to grasp the deeper discipline of the art. I see this tie as a reminder that even we as members of parliament, we too are on a journey of growth, learning, refining, and striving to present our country at its best. Let us assure that Karate South Africa strives both on the carpet and its administration, with discipline and its foundation and dignity as its goal. With that said, honorable members, I am going to call upon the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to have their presentation. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure whether I should pause a bit, whether Minister wants to do opening remarks.
Is the minister in the meeting?
I saw him, yes.
My apology,
Good morning,
Minister.
Chair.
We are going to have a figuratively karate today, not literally. Please proceed.
Because I was just about, thank you, Chair. I was just about to, when I saw you ignoring me, I thought, no, bring my black belt. I got a white belt, but I painted it black this morning for the purposes of this meeting. No, thank you very much, Chair. I will listen and then I will attend and come back in again. But thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Minister, Chairperson. Our presentation again follows the format that we would normally follow. Yes, Lord, we take that next slide, which would normally follow in line with the briefing that the portfolio committee sought from the department. You will have later on a presentation from Karate South Africa as we have requested. But the DDG would do an overview, emphasizing on the mandate and the constitution of the Federation, talk to the transfers that have been done and the agreements that exist between the department and Karate South Africa, and then later on go into a little bit more detail in terms of the programs that are covered. DDG Campbell, if you could then please take the portfolio committee through.
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, the Chair, the honorable members, and the colleagues on the call. Chair, I'm going to take you through the presentation, as has been indicated by the DG. I think the DG also reflected on the focus of the presentation, and this is in terms of the brief that we do receive from the portfolio committee. So the brief just not necessarily want to repeat what the DG has indicated, but it's to just give an overview of the mandate and the constitution of each of these institutions or the federations, reflect a little bit on the service level agreements and what we do in that particular space. And I just want to confirm, Chair, that SASCOC is indeed in the meeting. We can go to the next slide, Lodwick. Chair, so as per usual, we reflect on the AGM, because the AGM is the forum where federations adopt the annual reports, the President's report, as well as the annual financial statements. That particular meeting took place on the 26th of October 2025, Chair, which then dealt with the adoption of these particular reports for the preceding financial year. Next slide. Chair, so just quickly in terms of financial support that we provide to KSA as the department, we have an allocation of 1.2 million rand per annum for KSA, which includes programs and a small component of 200,000 for administration purposes. And the programs that we support, Chair, in terms of KSA are the following, and I'll elaborate a little bit on them later on in the presentation. So we support the national and league championships. We support the development of coaches, referees, and admin officials, and then also athletes development. And Chair, there's a specific focus on women in karate. I think the contribution of KSA around, the issues of dealing with gender-based violence should not be underestimated. Next slide. So quickly, Chair, just to reflect on the various programs. The first item is the national and league championships. So, Chair, in this particular instance, the federation do host one national event and 3 league events, which includes all 9 provinces. These events are ranking events and form part of the selection criteria when athletes are selected to present South Africa at regional and international championships. The development of coaches, referees, and admin officials. The Federation conducted workshops for coaches, referees, software operators, and admin officials to capacitate them and ensure that they stay updated on evolving rules, coaching techniques, and best practices. Next slide. Under athlete development, Chair, this is a continuous program within KSA. These programs are held annually to ensure that we create opportunities and participation at the grassroots level. Women's karate, Chair, I think that this is critically important, Chair. During the Women's Month, there's a specific focus on women in karate, and these events promote confidence, independence, self-defense, and resilience, Chair, while celebrating women's achievements and advancing empowering through sport. Next slide. Chair, you'll see the next few slides. I'm just reflecting on karate in schools and some of the impediments in terms of implementing this particular code of sport within schools. We think it's an important, it's become a life skill as opposed to a nice to have, given the nature of the GBV that we have in our country, and we will reflect later on in the presentation on a roadmap for schools to implement, let's call it combat type sports in a responsible manner. But just to quickly respond or to just reflect on karate in schools at this particular point in time, Chair, there's no express prohibition in terms of the Schools Act, Chair, for us to have karate in schools. However, a combination of statutory duties, safety regulations, and child protection principles limits or discourages this particular code of sport within public schools. Now, there are various sections. Section 8 of the Act speaks to the Code of Conduct of Learners, Chair, and it speaks to the issue of safety and constitutional values. And there is a notion that in implementing this particular program in schools, it does compromise the safety. And the fact that sometimes we see karate as promoting violence, it could undermine constitutional values. And in our view, that is not really the case, Chair. So schools must then create a safe environment for learners. This is in terms of the code of conduct for learners, Chair. And because combat sports involve intentional physical striking and the risk of injury, many governing bodies consider them inconsistent with the safety-oriented purposes of school activities. The function of school governing bodies, Chair, in Section 20 of the Act, reflects on the responsibility of school governing bodies. Section 60 reflects on the liability of the state and as far as injuries at school are concerned. And obviously, Chair, because combat sport do create significant exposure, both legally and from a health point of view, where serious injury could occur and where there's inadequate supervision, we could be found liable and wanting in terms of the law. And then obviously the activity is inherently higher risk, Chair, because it is about contact. It is a contact sport. Next slide. So, Chair, and this is what we've done in our analysis, Chair. Practical reasons as to why public schools generally do not practice combat sport. One, obviously, is the injury of the risk injury, which is obvious. Possible brain trauma, high insurance liability exposure, and long-term medical consequences, duty of care. Remember, Chair, there's a heightened duty of care when it comes to minors, and this is a critical part of what we need to consider when we implement this particular codes of sport within the school system. There are obviously resource constraints, especially in public schools. And most public schools lack qualified combat sport coaches, medical supervision, proper protective equipment, and the necessary risk management protocols. Next slide. Also, Chair, there needs to be policy alignment. The current school policy priorities are as follows: mass participation, developmental sport, educational value, and social cohesion. Now, combat sports, Chair, are often seen as specialized club-based activities rather than school-based enrichment. And this is something that we need to look at, Chair, because not all of us can afford to send our children to these clubs, and because they do charge an arm and a leg. And we need to look at how do we safely introduce this particular code within schools. And I reflect on that towards the end of my presentation, Chair. And then obviously there are child protection and public safety considerations. So, Chair, I just want to say that this is possibly what I can call a roadmap to implement karate safely in schools and to conform to the aspect of self-defense that is an absolute requirement currently in our country around the pandemic nature of GBV, Chair. And that is why we're quite keen to test this particular roadmap in schools to see how we can implement at least an aspect of self-defense, which is also a component of karate, self-defense, and as Chair outlined, discipline in terms of how we conduct our lives. So this is just a few pointers as to how we can do that, Chair. One is obviously to align with safety and duty of care requirements. So we need to conduct a proper risk assessment around the implementation of this particular program. I'm moving towards closure, Chair. Then you need to update the school program. This is the responsibility of the governing body to do exactly that. Then, Chair, this is very important. We need to establish clear codes of conduct when we implement this particular code of sport within schools. The learner conduct must include expected behavior of learners during practice, rules for the wearing of protective gear, and consequences for unsafe behavior. And then B, also, we need to ensure that parents consent to the children participating in this particular activities. Although I must just mention, Chair, that consent forms are not the panacea that we think that absolves government from liability when things happen at a particular school. We must still ensure that there's reasonable precaution taken to avoid injury. But it's a critical part of introducing this particular code within public schools. Obviously, Chair, we need to get qualified and properly recruited instructors. We need to comply with the National Sport and Education Policy. We need to meet health and safety requirements, and then also have the appropriate liability insurance. And then, Chair, what we advocate for is that we look at a non-contact type of introduction of karate in schools with an emphasis on discipline and self-defense. and limit competitive participation in terms of actual contact to ensure that there is safety in school. So this is just some of the things that we can do, Chair, in terms of trying to introduce karate safely within the public school environment. Next slide. So, Chair, just in terms of summary, in closure, I can just say, Chair, KSA, they are fully compliant with the departmental policy requirements for financial and non-financial support. They do submit all the grant documents and applications in time. They also reflect in their submissions on their financial statements and their financial reports and submit it on a quarterly basis. And they also provide a narrative and explain what they do with the funding as also with other programs within KSA. We just want to say, Chair, that the current regulations within the Act are quite prohibitive in terms of including sport, this particular sport within schools. But we have reflected on this particular thing, Chair, and it is possible. We just need to follow those protocols that we've just alluded to and then ensure that we implement this particular code within the school system. Chair, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. We do have, honorable members, the same problem with boxing, amid the fact that we allocate 21 million rand to boxing on a financial year. And then also before the president of SASCOC is going to address us, I also would like him to speak to that particular area of this kind of sport in schools. And safe to say, I'm aware that martial arts, MASA, it's a pity that we don't also have them in this particular meeting. They also have this type of sport in the form of judo in schools. And karate is one style of martial arts. So maybe president of SASCOC, we should consider and have a look at it, although safe to say, albeit the fact that the Olympic have various codes and different scoring. For karate is contact, for martial arts it's a block and that kind of thing. Maybe something for thought that we must give attention to, both the department as well as SASCOC. Mr. Hendricks.
Thanks, Chairperson, and welcome to all the members. If I can officially greet you as Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the Honourable Minister, the Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the SASCOC staff and the DSAC staff and the KSA President and his executive. Chairperson, as you can see, I'm wearing a blue belt, which is slightly better than a yellow belt. So I have progressed. There's two things that I want to talk about before I touch on very briefly, because the CEO and Ms. Patience Kumbana will speak on this, on the KSA issues. I want to just commend the SARO and the Rugby Sevens for their achievement in winning the HSB Sevens, and then also to our guy from Adrian Wilskit, who won the New York half marathon as well. So these are good news stories that we also need to spread as part of this interrogation that the Portfolio Committee is going to look at in future as well. With regards to your questions around the schools, I've noted it. We have a particular problem when it comes to the implementation of contact sports in schools based on the Department of Basic Education's and their act and regulations. And that has always been one of our issues, especially when it comes to the contact sports like boxing, where it's not Boxing South Africa's responsibility to go out into the schools and develop, but it's actually SANABO's, South African National Boxing Organization's responsibility to develop sport in the provinces and then also try and get it into schools. There was a case with the old Love Life where we had boxing as part of the program, and that was linked quite closely to sport, but that has not taken place since. And perhaps that's something we can look at as part of the MOU with the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Other than that, And by the way, Chair, the Olympic recognized sport karate is no longer in the Olympics as such, but the discipline that we recognize is at this stage is semi-contact karate, not full contact karate, and we're working with them to try and bring the full contact on board as well. So apart from that, Chairman, thanks for the opportunity again. I'm going to hand over to the CEO, who will then introduce the staff that's here, and then also would indicate who is going to do the actual presentation on behalf of SASCOC as staff. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Nozipho Jafta, CEO of SASCOC. We do have a presentation that has been shared, Chairperson. We have also followed our normal process of presentation where we deal with the compliance and the governance of the Federation, and thereafter we look at the kind of support that we have given the Federation. So that is the process that we have followed, again, with this presentation that Ms. Patience Chikwambane will be taking us through. Ms. Patience Chikwambane is our Chief Operating Officer. One of her major responsibilities is to actually look after the federations and make sure that the federations do comply, the federations do get the necessary support that they need, and all the other related matters that are linked to the federations are Ms. Patience Chikwambane's responsibilities. So she will be now taking us through the presentation, and we will take questions later on. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. That was crisp. Are you also still going to proceed, Patience?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Oh, please do.
Okay, I was just showing my face. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Also, greetings to the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, the DG and the team. Greetings to the SASCOC President, the CEO, and my colleagues. Chair, I think the first slide, it's just a reminder to the members of a portfolio committee that in terms of our compliance, which is one of the key responsibilities of members of SASCOC to comply annually, we always state that it does not mean that if you are accepted to a member of SASCOC, then you can then become a delinquent, but you still have to annually comply with our good governance. And in terms of good governance, we expect the federations to be able to provide the documents that are listed on the first slide. And this is in accordance to our constitution and the bylaw on issues of membership compliance requirement. So what we ask them to do to present to, okay, thank you. Next slide, yes. What we ask them to submit, and this is part of them making sure that they are reporting to both their own shareholders, but also they report to us as SASCOC as our member. So we ask them if there's any updated constitution for them to submit, ensure that they comply with their own constitution in hosting both a general meeting or an AGM where they'll be able to even present their annual audited statement, including their annual reports. And then we also need to have a confirmation that they are a member in good standing from their international federation. I just need to indicate that it's not all federations that end up having a continental body. So most of them will ask them to give us their IF's letter of good standing. They must also indicate to us what the list of the subcommittees that they have of the board, their organogram in terms of who's in their office, who's the MENCO. And then we also have a document called Good Governance Assessment Tool. I think at some point we will have to present in terms of what this document talks to the portfolio committee. And then we also have an NF membership audit form. I think on the audit form, that's where we ask federations to indicate to us in how many districts do they exist, where's their footprint. We also ask in terms of numbers around membership on juniors, seniors, and demographics. And then number 10, safeguarding policy is a key one these days. I think we can all agree that safeguarding is at another level, and we need to make sure that as a sports sector, we create a safer environment for all our athletes and all for the vulnerable groups. So they have to submit that. Without a safeguarding policy, and I just want to mention this one, without it, we actually propose that this particular federation must be suspended in our next general meeting. Obviously, they must also share a calendar of events. and also indicate their NPO or NPC registration certificate. Next slide. So we've got this process or a system that we use, Honorable Chair and members, a robot system where we're able to assess on whether are they compliant or non-compliant. Next slide. In terms of Karate South Africa, which is before you today, SASCOC is their constitution that was amended in 2018. We have managed to receive their minutes of a meeting held on the 18th of May 2025. Their audited statement of the year end 31st March 2025, we also got that. And then we did also get their presidential annual report of the meeting that they had between May and October. Even the letter from their federations, which we got in 2024. Organogram also submitted. The good governance assessment tool also was submitted. Their membership audit form, we also received it from SASCOC. We also have the list of their committees and commission. We've got their policy and also calendar of events for 2026. And we've also received the NPO certificate. Other than the issue of compliance, there's support that we provide to our federations. And one of the things that we have decided, Honorable Chair, is to be intimate with our federations so that we clearly understand what's happening within most of our federations. And from my department, which is the Operation NF Liaison, we support the federations during their council meetings or general assembly in terms of attendance, but also guiding if there's anomalies in terms of their processes. Also, we provide guidance on bidding and hosting. I think this one has become a big thing that most of the members have been really not following the due process on bidding and hosting. So we keep on, whenever we receive communique that they want to host, we ensure that they have to adhere to the bidding and hosting regulations and make sure that we submit documents as we're supposed to the department for the minister's approval. We also provide guidance on the awarding of national colors. I know one of the things with karate here is that if you look at the awarding of colors, your underage athletes do not actually qualify. It's only your juniors and seniors. But one of the guidance that we give to them is that whatever that they do in relation to their policy, it must align to their IF's program of competition so that they can be able to determine who qualifies for colors. And then we also provide strategic direction on issues of governance, management, and compliance. One of the key ones is adherence to the constitution, of their own constitution and the obligations, and also management of disputes within their own federations and safeguarding matters. I think on the issues of dispute and safeguarding matters, what we urge our federations to do, and including karate, it's following their own internal due process. And also align with our SASCOC constitution, because we clearly state that before issues are escalated to SASCOC, the federation should have exhausted their own processes. And we also emphasize the issue of not running to court of law to sort out their issues. And then I'm going to ask Leon, or maybe I can just continue, and then if there's any question, then Leon will respond to it. But also in terms of high performance program, we had karate as part of the AUS Region 5 that was hosted last year in Namibia in July. They were also part of our African Youth Games in Angola in December. And we must congratulate again karate, which did very well at the AUS Region 5 Games, where they achieved 9 medals. 3 was gold, 3 was silver, and 3 were bronze. And in the event that we had in December, the African Youth Games in Angola, karate managed to give us 6 medals, and out of those 6, 2 were silver and 4 were bronze. So from our perspective, in terms of karate, all is in order compliance-wise, and they are doing their best to really promote the sport. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, SASCOC. Minister, the department, I am strongly of the view on behalf of this committee that we must definitely have a look in school sports when it comes to contact sport. The SASCOC president mentioned Sanabo. I attended in Mr. Hendricks in Pretoria, a Sanabo event where hundreds and thousands of school children have been bussed in to compete. Now, why must these children And why must this activity, when it comes to contact sport, fall to the outside organizations while the school itself can embrace this? We accept from these organizations to give business plans, what they are doing, and we as the department do nothing when it comes to contact schools in sports. We can just as well, put that MOU up in flames when it comes to contact sport. We need to come to a resolution of this. I know there's various acts and clauses that prevent this, but we have to make it very clear. It's either contact sport in schools or not, because all of these are happening outside the domain of school itself. Karate South Africa.
Chairperson, honorable members, the KSA board, and our associated colleagues. I need to recognize the presence of our governing body, SASCOC, President Barry Hendricks, and others that are part of his delegation, and the DSAC, particularly our Honorable Minister, Mr. Gayton McKenzie. A very good morning to you. I wish to thank the Portfolio Committee for extending this invitation to us to meet with you. And I would like to start my presentation by stating that karate has a very strong presence globally. In fact, it would be fair to say it's one of the top 3 sports practiced globally in terms of the numbers. One would find there are very few, if any, places in the world where karate is not known or practiced. And I think that speaks volumes for the sport itself. Coming back to home, we enjoy the recognition of DSAC, SASCOC, and internationally, we are affiliated to the continental body, UFAC, the Africa, who represent African karate, or all the African countries, 52 of them, I believe. The SADC countries, which we term Region South, we are members of that organ as well. We are also part of the Commonwealth Karate Nation.
President of Karate, I am sorry to interrupt you. I want you to go into the business of the day. Give us a report on the activities, give us a report on progress. We still have to do the finance as well. We take note and cognizance of the fact that you are party to various other organizations. Please proceed.
Thank you. Our membership currently is 368 clubs with 5,327 members who are active. And that is, of course, growing on a daily basis. We also have a huge volume of members who fall under the social status, who belong to KSA, but don't get involved in tournaments, etc. We are present in the 9 provinces where activities are taking place on an ongoing basis. We are in the middle of a hectic season, the month of March in particular, during which we hosted our senior national championships in Pretoria. We then had a technical workshop in Johannesburg a week later. And this week, the youth of the country, the karate youth of the country, make their way to Durban, to the University of KwaZulu-Natal, for the Children's Nationals Championships. Internationally, we make our presence felt regularly. For example, in a week or two, 10 days' time, we will be in Harare in Zimbabwe for the World Karate Federation's Series A Youth League Championships. And thereafter, we will be preparing for the Africa Championships, which is taking place in Algeria. So as you see, the National Federation is very active with ongoing events taking place virtually every 2 weeks. It must be understood that karate is just not a sport, but a life skill. And it's an excellent catalyst to address the scourge of GBV, violence in school, drugs and alcohol abuse amongst the youth of today. And therefore, programs of that nature, social outreach programs, are also being held from time to time to engage the general public in awareness campaign as to what the real value of karate can bring to our people and how we can play a role in addressing the crime statistics of our country. So we're very conscientized with regards to taking karate to the next level. We are doing our utmost best to remain compliant to both our governing bodies in South Africa, the Minister of Sport, DSAC, and SASCOC, as was intimated by the previous two presentation and speakers. We are ensuring good governance when it comes to our financial controls. We also are very seriously engaged in attracting corporates to our sport. As you would well know, Mr. Chairperson, corporates are very keen on some of the major sports like cricket and rugby and soccer, but we find it difficult to attract them to our sport, but we've never stopped trying. And I believe our chairperson of the Financial Commission is on this panel, and he will verify that we are currently very busy with some big corporates to attract them to bring sponsorships, to give us sponsorships for athletes in particular, because athletes are finding it very difficult and parents are digging deep to ensure that the athletes are playing on the international stage. There are serious fundraising efforts being made in terms of golf days and so forth as well. There is also the issue of equipment that we are dealing with, because we are always short of equipment, and that also costs money. So there is a push to find the monies to buy new equipment and replace the older ones, so that our athletes can participate in events where the climate is conducive to optimum performances with the right kind of equipment available. Major championships, we've always been present in major championships, whether it's been hosted by the All Africa Federation, the WKF, our World Karate Federation. Last year, the World Cup was held in Cairo, and our team was invited to be there and participate. They did. And I believe we are preparing for Beijing and China this year for the World Cup in November. Development, there is, we are very, very, very focused on development. Coaches seminars are held regularly, virtually, as well as with physical presence. Referees development courses are being held by the chief referee, Mr. Thabo Malobi, who is also present on this forum. And he does this wherever he gets the call and whenever he gets the call, and that's quite often. And KSA does its best to find financial backing for Mr. Thabo Malobi to conduct his referees seminar. There's also development of our software operators and administration officials. We have several commissions, and KSA leadership does its best to provide a support system for our administration officials and our software operators, because they are very, very crucial when it comes to running championships. Social responsibility, I went through that, and our officials are also occupying some very significant positions internationally, both in the regionals, that's Region South, and in the Africa setup as well, UFAC. We are engaged, we have been engaged to serve on the Tournament Commission continentally. I currently hold the position of Vice President in the African setup. So we're doing our best to ensure regular tournaments are held in order to sustain the interest in the sport, as our athletes are very, very medal driven. The challenges and constraints that we face is lack of funding. To run a federation like ours, where we have the 9 provinces engaged, funding is the key. Referees and coaches that travel from championships to championships throughout the year, we host in excess of 6 or 7 major championships per annum. And it costs an arm and a leg to move these referees and coaches and also the apparatus for these championships. Championships is a very costly business. But we plan on staging more competition. We also plan on encouraging more international participation. And we plan on hosting international events with the blessings of the minister, who has personally told me that he's looking forward to international karate events coming to our country in order to address the issue of our socio-economic challenges by boosting the economy and also ensuring development. And of course, improving tourism. Logistics, the travel to rural areas is quite a mission. Insufficient equipment, I spoke about. Safe and proper venues. So we are always trying to ensure that our venues are acceptable to the competitors and the spectators in terms of the facilities itself. Several venues around the country in some of the areas have become dilapidated, but at times we are forced to use those venues because we don't have an option. In terms of the school sports, I appreciate Mr. Campbell's presentation, and I would ask the management of KSA to engage with Mr. Campbell of DSAC. He spoke very strongly about the injury risk. Now that's a severe discouragement for us to go into schools, because you always are inclined to be facing legal challenges, lawsuits and issues of that nature if serious injuries do occur, okay, in schools when you're promoting karate.
President,
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairperson.
we don't have much time, but is there someone that can deal with the financial statements?
Yes, we have our treasurer who is on board.
The
And
document say WKF, Karate South Africa.
I will gladly hand over to Madam Treasurer, Mrs. Lakran.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me that valuable time.
Thank you so much. Thanks, President.
I thank you, honorable members, for your patience.
CFO.
Good morning to the Minister, Chairperson and honourable members. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so my presentation on the annual financial statements for the period 1st of April 2024 to 31st of March 2025. I have a pleasure in reporting that we have received an unqualified audit report from the auditors. The financial year under review reflected growth in income, whilst also highlighting ongoing challenges in sustaining operations. Although total revenue increased compared to the previous year, the organization recorded an operating deficit of 609,321 rand, primarily due to the high operational and program delivery costs. Progress has been made towards a financial stabilization. Key highlights are as follows. The total income increased by 43%, driven mainly by increased participation and entry fees, growth in dojo membership fees, trading and other income streams. Despite this growth, expenditure remained high, largely due to increased travel costs, event and tournament hosting, administrative and operational expenses. Sorry, I just want to go to my slide. As we can see from the income breakdown and the expenditure breakdown, our massive income is reliant on the grant income, which we then use for the grant projects, followed by the minimum entry fees and affiliation fees, and the other income is very, very minimal. The total assets in this slide has decreased from 1.2 million to 591,000, primarily due to the utilization of the cash reserves to fund these operations. Importantly, there were no current liabilities at the end of the financial year. KSA closed the financial year with zero trade payables or zero outstanding obligations. Cash and cash equivalents declined from 1.17 million to 567,491 rand, reflecting the funding of the annual operating deficit. We closed the year with a positive bank balance of 567,491 rand as at the 31st of March 2025. It must be noted that this cash has since been utilized in the ensuing months for the approved and allocated projects. The operating deficit reduced significantly from 1.079 million to 609,321 in the 2025 year, demonstrating progress towards financial stabilization. The funding that we've received from a Department of Sports, Arts and Culture awarded was 1.2 million over the 3-year period. After which, towards the latter part of last year, we had a 55% reduction. After many meetings with committee as well, we were then given back that shortfall, and we are thankful to the members for receiving that money. It went a great milestone in helping the Federation. The new cycle commences in April this year, to which we will then apply for the new funding, as our 3-year funding has now been depleted. The projects that we used for the funding cycle was the athlete development, the development of coaches, referees, and administrative officials, women in karate, the administration and governance support, and all these projects were successfully implemented. In terms of our membership stats, we can see the growth year on year. We charge a minimal fee for dojo memberships. In the 2026 year, it's gone up to 2,100 Rand per dojo per annum. We also give rural dojos and the previously disadvantaged dojos a rebate of 50% discount, so they pay 1,050 Rand. Naturally, this is subject to motivation and approval. The statistics has been mentioned by my president earlier on, and we can see growth of the membership year on year. We have subsequently implemented a membership system for compliance and risk. It is an online system, and the Federation has taken well to the membership system. in terms of our sustainability, KSA is looking for encouraging growth. However, KSA, we need to strengthen our cost controls. We need to secure additional sponsorships. As mentioned previously, we do not have a corporate sponsor, and we also need to explore alternate revenue streams. And the board does believe that with these measures, KSA will continue to be a going concern. The board acknowledges the ongoing challenges in maintaining sustainable cash flow, which led to the establishment of the Finance Commission, as mentioned earlier. We also, looking out to corporates, we're also having a golf days fundraising project. We had one successfully in KZN, and we're looking at the other provinces to follow suit. Despite the continuous effects, including attempts to secure corporates, we have no success achieved to date. KSA remains highly reliant on government funding, and any delays or reductions in these allocations have a significant impact on our operations. This is the approved budget that we were granted, and these are the sectors that we have used them successfully and have been well received by the athletes and the members of the federation. The post-reporting period, subsequent to the post-reporting, KSA received the grant funding in December, which was the balance of the shortfall that was held back. As a result, we could not use that funding in the 2024-2025 financial year, as it was received at the latter part of the year, and that has been used now to implement all our approved projects. And we do believe that these funds have been retained and earmarked specifically for the program delivery in the new season, which is now. And despite the financial pressures, we continue to deliver on our mandate with sound governance, improved systems, and responsible financial management. Funding will always be a challenge wherein athletes pay their own way to represent South Africa at international events. I thank you to the committee, to Mr. Chairperson. I can flight the full financials if you like me to, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. That's fine. Members are in possession of the financial statement. I gather they will ask questions accordingly for clarity. President, I'm going to give you an opportunity quick to introduce your team with us and their positions. If it's possible to just take off the presentation, and also press if it's possible that the members which you're going to introduce one by one will then switch on their cameras. If you call a name, they can switch on the cameras and perhaps also with their positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, the board of KSA consists of the following: Vice President, Mr. Sydney Ohane. Is his hands up, Chair? I can't see on my screen.
As the President of Karate South Africa call the names, please ensure that you put on your camera.
Mr. Sydney
Vice
Ohane,
President.
Mr. Sydney Ohane, we would like to see our Secretary General Lucinda Roots.
Let's wait. We still want to see Cynthia. Put the camera.
Board members Cynthia Majika. We have our treasurer, Mrs. Lakram. You've just heard her. We have Chuck Gomede. There's Dennis Chuck Gomede. We have Knox Mslongo.
Can we perhaps just mention their positions? If it's a member or just a board member, can you just indicate so, President?
Or the names that I'm currently mentioning are board members. I'm dealing with the board first.
Thank you.
And we have Melanie Dagana. Okay, Mr. Sydney Ohane, we need to see your face. Melanie Dagana from the Mpumalanga province, head of Para Karate and a board member.
Sorry, President. A chairperson, the president should have informed the meeting that the vice president, Msidi Moane, is visually
Challenged.
impaired. Yes.
Yeah. He is challenged. The problem I have, Mr. President SASCOC, he doesn't like to hear that. But anyway, he has a handicap. We then have the USA representative, Mr. Hambulani, president of USA Karate. Your picture, Mr. Hambulani. Thank you. We then have Mr. Johan van Zyl, who is head of our Financial Commission. We have Mr. James Vermaak, who is head of Weapons. We have President of Eastern Cape, Pierre Cornelius. Pierre, are you with us?
I'm here, Panchi.
Oh,
Just
thank
activated
you.
my video.
Oh, okay.
No pictures.
We have requested that when the president of karate name you, please switch on your camera so that members can see. We would like to put a name to the face because at the end of the day, members are representing the rest of South Africa and want to engage.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology. Caroline Daniels, Western Cape. President, Western Cape. Caroline Daniels.
Chairperson.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Chairperson, can you request Mr. Sidney Hoyani to mute the gadget?
I'm coming back to him, Honorable Molatani. I have noted it 3 times. I'm coming back to that. That's the deputy president you're referring to.
That's right. We have Ruben Makura,
Wait,
president of
just a second, President.
Okay.
The deputy president of Karate South Africa, Mr. Sidney Oyane, can you please switch on your camera?
It's been disclosed, Chairperson, that he's got a hearing challenge.
I've tried to do.
He's got a visual
my apologies. My humble apologies. And
Hearing
I'm
or
so
visual?
sorry.
Visual.
Visual challenge.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Proceed.
Mr. Kumalo Jabulo, KZN, President. Thank you. Free State President, Mr. Zolile Ngavu. Already
Thank you, Mr.
on.
President.
Mr. Steph Biajoni, President Gauteng. Thank you, President Gauteng. George Thebe, President Northwest. Ansi de Jong, Head of Safeguarding Karate South Africa. Ansi de Jong. Your picture, please, Ansi. We have Mr. Makwali, who is the head coach for our Protea team, Sandila Makwali. He also is the head of the High Performance Center in the Free State. Michael Roots, the chairman of KSA Coaching Commission. Thank you, Michael. Thabo Malobi, the chief referee of Karate South Africa. Brando Pillay, the technical convener of Karate South Africa. Mr. Chairperson, I think that would be the number of people that represent Karate South Africa, and they are, of course, the people that matter to us. I thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your work that you are doing in South Africa. The last I've tried karate while I was a young schoolboy, and up until today, I can just remember Keden Parait, Aduke, Punch. That's all I can remember. Honorable members, I am going to give opportunities to raise their hands, those who would like to speak. The first will be the Honorable Tetwa, followed by Honorable Daniels. Honorable Tetwa, please proceed. We will take hands as we go on.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister, the Department of Arts and Sports, Arts and Culture, Karate SA. Good morning. Chair, I want to continuously emphasize this issue. I don't even feel like holding them accountable or asking them questions what they do with 1.2 million. I was one of those youngsters that in the 80s, we used to see young children and young people walking the streets of Durban, Guamashu, wearing their gears, karate gears. I was amongst one of those wearing my purple belt. So call me in SASCOC, I'm the highest purple belt before brown belt and black belt, which taught me so much discipline, by the way. And you've been speaking about discipline with this. Here's an organization that says we have unqualified audit. We report, we're doing whatever we do, even though we are not part of the 16 priority sporting codes that the department has identified. Yet we are trying our bit. But we're only getting 1.2 million. What do I ask? What question do I ask out of 1.2 million? What do I say? You know, United States is known for music and movies. It excels in sport. They even give people citizenship from other countries. I've spoken about this. You think of China and Japan, we always thought that every Chinese or every Japanese knows karate. So you don't touch them, you don't say anything against them. When you see them in the streets, we used to walk away from them because that's how they promoted their country, through Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan and them. You think of Korean, it is food, their best food. Jamaica, it is reggae music, Peter Tosh and Bob Marley. What is South Africa? Mandela. That's what we are known for, Mandela. And Mapokopoko is trying their best to represent us. But we have such sports that has so much followership. I don't see children in the streets wearing their gears anymore. Post 1994, it seems like sports, arts, and culture has become something, an afterthought. We used to run at school. First thing that would happen, first week we have been registered, started school, we would be called to the sporting field to run in order to select those that will run, forced to play soccer, so that they select soccer players from that process, forced to participate in choir music, so that certain members that are good will be identified. But today it seems like we are not focusing on those. We have an MOU with the Department of Education. I wish the Department of Arts and Culture can present that the program that they have with Department of Education, not thoughts, not future plans, the programs that they have, because they signed this. I think it was during Minister Zizikodwa's term. But till today, we haven't heard what it is that the department is doing with Department of Education. Having said that, Chair, I want to know from Karate SA and commend you for balancing gender at your executive. I saw that you've got 5 women versus 4 males in the board. And I didn't know about the extra. I wish you could send us the profiles of all members as you were introducing them. I would like to know them personally. What do you do with 1.2? What is, or maybe let me go this way. Let me start here. Case A. Do you have an office where you operate from?
Chairperson, do you want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Yes, please respond.
Honorable member, may I thank you for remaining conscientized with regards to the challenges that we experience on a daily basis. I would like to say that we do have an office. The office.
Okay.
The
No,
office,
that's fine. If you do have an office, that's what I want to know.
But I meant to say to you that office has been extended to us by a dear colleague of ours, and it is in the Sahara, the cricket stadium of Durban. Thank you.
Okay, your office is in Durban.
Yes, at the cricket.
Are you paying any rent there?
No, we don't pay rent for that. It is goodwill from a fellow colleague who is assisting us because, of course, we need to come out of an office in terms of our operations.
But does it serve the purpose?
Not at all. Not at all. It's a small office with a table, a boardroom table that takes 6 chairs. That's about it. We can get very little else in there, but we improvise, honorable member.
Okay, Chair. What is your staff complement in terms of your day-to-day operations?
I beg your pardon. Can you please repeat?
What is your staff complement in terms of operational of operations, day-to-day business? What is your staff complement?
Look, day-to-day operations, the involvement of the Tournament Commission is very important because of our ongoing tournament circuit. And we have 2 interns that we employ from CETA and the DUT. They basically run the office, so to speak. And then it's the president and the treasurer, the TC, and the board member, Mr. Chuck Gumede, Mrs. Noxum Slongo, our board member. So primarily it's the people in Durban that come together. I think it's important for you to know that we are all volunteers. We are all volunteers. We do not get paid a cent for the work that we do for the athletes that practice karate. It is passion.
What are your overheads?
The overheads are fuel, telephone, and food. Example, you have a meeting, you need to arrange for some snacks and things like that. So we try to keep it to the basic, the barest essentials.
So where does the 1.2 million go to?
Oh, that I would like to. I'd like to. Honorable member, allow me to engage the treasurer. She is best qualified to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, I just want to add to the basic operating expenses being auditors' costs, bank charges, meals, catering, website, insurance, printing and stationery, postage, telephone, tournament costs, of course. In terms of the 1.2 million, we have got the projects that we've used to use the money to fund the projects. So as the President alluded earlier on, we hold...
Can you state the figure that I want to calculate from 1.2 million, where does it go to, and to rationalize the need for you guys to get more, because this is not sufficient for you.
Thank you. 190,000 goes to women's karate. 200,000 goes to administration. The tournaments, national and league, 210,000. The development of coaches, 150,000. Development of referees, 150,000. Development of admin officials, 125,000, and development of athletes, 175,000.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So 1.2 million, only 170 goes to development of athletes. Minister, only 170,000 for national development of athletes. The rest of the money goes into admin, into other things that they duly need. But in terms of development, grassroots development. So we are not doing what we said we want to do post 1994. That is why there's a lack of participation. I'm even surprised. In fact, what I see here is the burden of your existence is upon athletes themselves, who have to pay certain amount of money to participate. The rural areas who have to pay certain amount of money to have the gyms, where when we used to have karate happening in township halls in our times. As government, we are failing. We are failing. Minister, we are failing our people. I have no other questions, Your Worship, but just to say that I am depressed where I am. It doesn't show any logical sense that we hold budgets for federations and these particular entities that are performing, that we're supposed to reward them as an incentive for others to see if you manage your funds correctly. We're not doing that. So I'm pleading with you, Minister, before the end of this meeting, if you're still here, I want you to commit to this entity. It is my plea that you commit to this entity. It allows, it gives access, easy access to any young child. When you are doing karate, you are taught discipline. That's the first thing that I always knew. I wouldn't provoke people in the streets, but when I respond, if I'm provoked, ultimately, it will be in self-defense, not to harm anybody, but in self-defense. So I'm requesting that our children are in drugs today because they have nothing, yet we have township halls that are all over the country. Others are getting dilapidated because nobody's looking after them. Chair, no further questions, Your Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. While the emphasis is on budget, I have budgeted 10 minutes for each member, and you have utilized 8 of that 10 minutes. Thank you so much. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once again to the Minister, to Karate South Africa, to our professional staff, to all my colleagues. A very pleasant good morning to you. I've heard that now the Chairperson, as I got to know him as a person who likes to show off, and he showed off with his tie. And then he was silenced with by the president of SASCOC, and I see he didn't comment any further. And thank you to the president of SASCOC for silencing the chairperson of the portfolio committee with your color, your blue. And then Mtetwa comes and he says, Honorable Mtetwa comes with his purple. So I thought, let me bring my tie and put it on so that I can also, and this is for Honorable Mtetwa, that I'm doing this, and this is personal. I want to put on record professional stuff. It's personal. It's for Honorable Mtetwa, what is purple. So let me take
I knew it. I got it before you could say it.
I don't want to intimidate you. Let me put it on the side.
Proceed, Honorable Daniels. Your point is noted.
Thank you very much. Let me go to directly to the chairperson, Mr. Pillay. Mr. Pillay, if somebody ought to tell you that KSA is run and managed like a cabal, what would your response be in short, yes or no?
N-O with a capital letter.
Thank you so much. Now, let me start with you, Executive. First, let me turn my case to you as the president. How old are you now, Mr. President?
I'm 75.
75. Since when have you been the president of Karate South Africa?
Since I was elected in 2013.
2013. So for the last 13 years, what did your constitution say about holding office as the president?
The constitution remained silent in terms of terms.
All right. I want to remind you through the chairperson of the portfolio committee that we are members of parliament. We are members of this portfolio committee.
Come on.
You appear before us and you are strictly under oath when you are before us. Anything you say that is not truthful, misleading, and deceitful, I encourage our support staff, our professional staff, to note that so that we can press charges against each and every individual member before us here today. And then we must make sure, chairperson of the portfolio committee, that we expedite these charges so that we can have them before a court of law. Let me continue. If it is then that the constitution is silent, and I put it to you that your constitution made reference that you must not preside beyond the age of 70, what will your response be?
I'm unaware of that.
All right, thank you very much. Let me move on. Any relationships with anybody in the executive of Karate South Africa, Mr. President?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have any relationship with anybody serving on the executive of Karate South Africa?
Yes, the technical convener happens to be my son. But I just wish to make it known that I found him when I came to KSA. He was there long before me.
Thank you for that response. Let me speak to the technical convener, Mr. Pillay Jr. I saw a name there, Brando Pillay.
That's correct.
Can you turn on your camera when we engage, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Pillay, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell me, as the technical convener, what is your role?
My role is to oversee the running of the technical divisions of Karate South Africa and to ensure that we play within the WKF ambit correctly within their rules and regulations.
All right. When it comes to people having to wear the Protea blazer, being selected, do you have any input in there?
No, I do not. We have a selection panel. We've had a selection panel since I became the TC, and before that, who decide on the team. Once the team is decided upon them, I look at the makeup of the team and approve after having the president and the executive's approval.
You look at the makeup of the team and you have got some influence there.
Sorry, sir, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Unmute, Honorable Daniels.
I am unmute. You know, this is a challenge I have with these gadgets.
Okay.
Unmute again.
Now I can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think it's a system that mutes and unmutes me. I've seen it happen many a times. But you do have some influence when it comes to selection of the team. Is that correct? Seeing that you say you have to look
that
and
is
approve.
incorrect, sir, because I have no influence on selection, and you can check that with members of the selection panel who are here. I have no input in the names that are selected.
Okay, that's enough, Mr. Pillay.
Right.
The answer is no. Honorable Daniels,
Yes.
proceed.
Please tell me, Mr. Pillay Jr.
Sorry,
Anybody
Mr.
else?
Daniels, I'll be preferred to be addressed as Mr. Brando Pillay, not Mr.
Oh,
Pillay
Brando.
Jr.
All right,
Thank you
cool.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Dennis, proceed and ask the question the way you want. You have asked whether there's a relation. So
Yes.
there's no problem being called Mr. Pillay Jr. Proceed,
Yeah,
Honorable Dennis.
It will be a great honor for me to be called Junior when my father is still around.
I am very proud of my father, and I always
No,
will
that's
be
fine.
proud
Let
of
me
myself.
Please
continue.
proceed, Honorable
you. Please
Daniels.
go ahead.
Mr. Pillay, give the honorable member an opportunity to
Sure.
speak.
Brando Pillay, can you tell me, have you got any relationships with any other members on the executive?
None whatsoever.
None.
None.
All right. Let me turn your gaze, Brando Pillay, to a company called Promotex.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the company?
Yes, I am.
Who are the directors of that company?
That is myself and Mrs. Shani Lakram.
The very same person on the executive.
Yes, that is correct, but it is a business that
No, hold on.
operates.
Oh,
Yes,
hold
no,
on.
that is correct. Yes.
All right. So the two of you serving the executive has got a company called Promotex, and you say to me that you got no relation with anybody on the executive, but that is fine. Let me move on.
Honorable Daniels, I just want to follow up with you. Mr. Pillay, do you see that as a conflict of interest?
Not at all. It's a business relationship and has nothing to do in terms of my portfolio in Qatari, South Africa.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much. Now, you've got a company, you've got a karate, I don't know if you're running a dojo or what you're doing, but I want to ask you about Future Champs Karate Academy. Is that your
Yes.
dojo?
That is my personal business that's been running since 2002.
All right. Do you sell any karate gear?
I sell karate gear to any student who requires it. Yes.
Thank you very much. Do you have a relationship with the secretary where she also sells karate gear on your behalf?
When you say the secretary, are you talking about the secretary of KSA?
Yeah, Roots.
No, I do not. She's never
You don't?
sold karate suits on my behalf at all.
Never. All right. But
Never.
you do sell. Do you benefit from selling karate suits through KSA?
I don't sell karate suits via KSA. My karate suits are sold via Future Champs Karate Academy,
Right.
not via KSA.
All right. Is KSA
Honorable Daniels, will you perhaps rephrase the question? Do you sell karate equipment or suits to KSA?
Yes.
I do not sell karate suits or equipment to KSA. I sell to the public in general.
Do KSA affiliates purchase from you?
Yes, because my members of my
Thank you
dojos
very
are
much.
KSA affiliates.
No, thank you very much. Now let me ask you, Brando Pillay. When there is a tournament, is it true that those who come to the door, enter the door, that they pay a fee at the door?
If they are spectators, that is correct.
All right. Who do they pay that money to?
That is paid to the people who are at the door, and it's generally to the KSA treasury.
Can you repeat that response, please? This is a very critical response that you're giving us here.
It is paid to the KSA treasury or the people who are at the door at that point in time. We have allocated people who collect the door takings from the tournaments and various events for spectators.
Honorable Daniels, I allow you to pose that question to the Treasury as well to confirm or deny that.
Yes. Treasury, please. Let me ask you, Treasury. To the Treasury, why is it that athletes and officials reportedly are instructed to make payments and swipe cards at KSA events into accounts belonging to private businesses, rather than paying directly into the official bank account of the Federation?
Honorable Member, I'm not familiar with paying monies into private businesses. If KSA is hosting a training session or a tournament, all the monies come directly into KSA. I can confirm that.
All right. What I'm going to do, colleagues, I'm going to bring some proof that money is paid by those machines at the door. Those receipts reflect a totally different name. It doesn't reflect anything relating to KSA in the main. So give me that opportunity to bring that to your attention as colleagues. Now, I want to go to the secretary, Roots. I saw just now that they said that is it the head coach, or what is the person who heads up the coaching for Karate South Africa? What's his name? Michael Roots. Is there any relation between you?
Yes, he's my husband.
He's your husband. All right, thank you very much. You see, there is this perception that karate has been run as a cabal, and therefore I've asked these questions to these executive members, and we can all connect the dots to see how they manage this. And when you have the president at the age of 75, who says that is not aware about a constitution that made reference to the age of 70 to stand down, I'm going to come back to us on that particular item again. I want to go to I made a note here. I think I've covered this. Events where card machines were used. Does the audited financial statements clearly reflect all the income generated from coaching courses, referee training programs, national training camps, tournaments and events, vendors or fees for stalls? Because I note in the presentation that there's money budgeted for based on the funding received by KSA that's used for training programs and coaching and all of those things. But now my question is, why is it? Oh, let me ask you rather this. Is it true that these very courses that you're making reference to that the money is going for, that those very same courses that these people need to pay for out of their own pockets? Is that true?
Honorable Member, in certain instances, the coaches and referees have to pay for the presentations or the courses that they come to. But in certain instances, when we have workshops like we did 3 weeks ago, KSA paid for all members from all 9 provinces, full board, including flights, accommodation, meals, etc., to come through. So it depends on what type of training or workshop. The allocated amounts that come through to us from Department of Sports are specifically going to the projects. In other instances where we have to cover
Thank you very much. You've answered me now. Thank you so much. I want to ask you then. So you do agree that they do pay in certain instances. So my question to you is, if that is the case as confirmed by you, does it mean that the audit didn't capture the full financial activities relating to KSA events and programs?
No, the income is reflected under other income in the financials.
Other income?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hoping to get a second bite.
Just for clarity, which income are you referring to?
You have got budget allocated to KSA, where KSA presents to say that a portion of the funds allocated to them is used for coaching and training and so forth. But I'm fully aware that the people who come to the training courses, the coaching courses, they also pay for these courses. So I want to know, how is it that you reflect that you are giving budget for those courses, but contrary to that, you have the officials and those expressing interest to partake in these courses having to fund for those courses out of their own pockets? So my question is, where is that reflecting in your audited financials? Now the response
maybe rephrase it, Honorable Daniels. Why is it registered then as other income?
Yes, it's too vague.
The Treasurer.
Mr. Chairperson, we have, in certain instances, when we have courses at pre-tournaments, we have costs to cover as well. We also provide them with the likes of teas, coffees. We've got to hire the venues when we have these conferences. So yes, there are costs, and that money is used to pay off some of the costs. And as I mentioned, it is in the financials under sundry income.
My apologies. The Honorable Daniels want to know, why is it registered as other income?
Other income.
It's in note number 5 in the financials, because our income in the financials has got 3 or 4 components, being the grant income, the affiliation fees, the entry fees, the revenue, the affiliation fees, the grant fees, the entry fees, the interest received, and the sundry income.
Honorable Daniels, you have 3 minutes.
Chairperson, let me step down from the finances. I'm hoping there's going to be time later, if permitted to. Let me ask something totally different to finances. You talk about all these competitions that we have and now going to Zimbabwe or to some place in Africa also. I commend you for that. Here's my question. In 2025, you've had divisions where there were only one entrant to partake in the competition. Is that correct? My question is to the technical guy, Mr. Brando Pillay.
Yes, I'm just switching on my video. Yes, that is correct.
One, right.
Yes.
Now, that's National League Championships. Is my understanding correct?
Correct.
And those divisions, those championships are based on age groups, 7 to 8, 9 to 10, up to veterans and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes.
So now with 40, so single entries for that competition, if I put it to you that there was about 40 single entrants, what will your response be?
40 single entries. It depends on which tournament you are talking about. We have 6 events in the year, and it depends on which event you are specifically speaking about.
Is it true that you've confirmed their single entrants, irrespective of the event? You've confirmed that. Now, if I put it to you that some of them, because they are single entrants, they got no one to compete against, so there's no single punch and no single kick taking place, and then they get gold. What will you respond?
No, you're misinformed. My response is as follows. We do not give a medal for a competitor to compete against himself or to walk away with a medal. We then improvise, and the competitor either goes into a higher division or a lower division against the winner of that division, and they do compete on the floor. And that has been a rule that has been implemented by the Continental Federation and brought down to us as Karate South Africa. The only time when an athlete will go away with a medal and one in a division is where the weight discrepancy is too high and there is a risk of injury. Then we will not take that risk of injury. We would rather give the athlete his due medal, which is a gold, and allow him to come to the next competition and see if we can get him to compete then. But there is not an instance where an athlete walks away with a single medal for not competing. That is incorrect.
So,
Mr. Pillay, just a second, honorable member. Mr. Pillay, I'm
Chairman.
having a duty to protect members of parliament.
Yes.
The member has said, I put it to you, he never said he was informed. Your response was, you are disinformed. Will you withdraw
My
that?
apology. Maybe I put it to you wrong. I'm very sorry, honorable member. That is incorrect. The athletes do compete.
It's fine. We do have the answer. We do have the answer. Honorable Daniels, please wrap up.
I will wrap up, Chairperson. Is it true that over a few tournaments, you start raking up points? Because it's your ranking is based on your how you achieve in this respective tournaments. Is that correct? And you're ranked accordingly. Now, if I am there as the only entry for my division, and there's no one there, does my ranking go up?
Your ranking points will be allocated according to the division and according to where you finish. So if you win a gold medal, then that is not your fault that you are the only participating athlete in that division. You must be given your just dues because people travel from very far distances to be a part of the event, and we do not like to deprive them of earning their points and being selected in their specific division.
All right, that was a positive answer, so it does count towards your ranking. Lastly, I'm glad you're talking about people travel far and wide. Now, will you agree with me if I put it to you that those who can afford to travel to all these respective tournaments across the country are the ones who rake up their points and whose ranking goes higher as opposed to those who can't afford? What is your answer to the challenges faced that not the best people are out at the tournaments?
So we look at our selection policy, not just the ranking. Ranking only forms 1/3 of selection. The other 2/3 are covered in our selection policy, which is active participation, which is current form, which is behavioral patterns. We have a whole policy that we have, which was formulated in 2014 as part of our selection criteria, which is then put to the selection panel. So it's not necessarily the #1 ranked athletes that's going, but the best athlete who is suited for that division. And we have endeavored as Karate South Africa to take events to every part of the country in the various provinces and in the various rural areas and regions so that everybody can participate actively in our events.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Pillay. Honorable Daniels, one last bite, please. Wrap
Chairperson,
up.
I want to repeat a question I've asked as my last bite. You say nobody walks away with a medal without having competing physically in any of these events. Is my understanding correct?
Unless there is an extenuating circumstance where the weight division is too high. The
So it
discrepancy
is
in
true
the weight
that
is too high.
so it is true that then they do walk away with gold medals without fighting.
Not necessarily, not in our
No,
last
hold
few
on, hold on.
events.
Yes or no? Does it happen? Yes or no?
That is not true. Not necessarily, because in our last few events, after we received guidance from UFAC,
Not your
that
last
was not
few
a
events.
possibility.
Leave your last few events. My question, I'm asking a question to you.
Yes.
You say not necessarily, meaning you're opening the door that it can happen.
If there is nobody in that weight category and to avoid risk of injury, that is correct, yes.
So you do walk away with a gold medal without fighting?
Well, in that circumstance, yes, because we do not want to take
Thank
the risk
you,
of having
Honorable
child.
Daniels. I
Chairperson?
would love to listen to you again, but unfortunately your time is expired. The Honorable Molatani.
Can you note, please, before I step down, Chairperson, can you please note that Mr. Brando Pillay has been asked the question, he responded. He was asked again, hoping to redeem himself. And he had so much gymnastics with his responses that he was misleading me, that he now acknowledges at the end that yes, during exceptional circumstances, you do walk away with a gold medal without fighting. I thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Minister. KSA as well as the department. Chairperson, let me start first by, I just want to check with the president of KSA. Is KSA only dealing with a semi-contact only, or is it semi and full contact? Chairperson?
Honorable Member, Chairperson, we have in our midst of Karate South Africa full contact and WKF semi-contact. And for your information, Madam, with respect, we have the full contact delegate in this forum this morning. His name is Mr. Chuck Gumede.
Okay.
I almost thought the president is going to say Mr. Chuck Norris, Honorable Molatani. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My next question, Chairperson. Chairperson, please, when I arrive at the 7th minute, remind me so that I can be able to make my recommendations. I just want to check with the SASCOC on this one again of the full contact and the semi-contact. Because remember immediately when we received the agenda, we start to go out and do our own research or on the sporting code. One thing that surprised me is that when the president said that they have someone who deals with full contact, I'm not sure SASCOC will have to answer on this one. Mr. Berry, do you know anyone by the name of Simpiwe Dlulane? Mr.
It
Hendricks?
does not, yes, ma'am, it does not ring a bell, but the person that will answer this more better is Mr. Kombana, who has been dealing with the full contact groups that have been applying for membership of SASCOC.
Honorable member, yes, I know him. I know it's the hair of him, but
because
I
the same person has applied for the membership of SASCOC, and your response to that person was that you are looking into that issue. You will revert back to to him. And the reason did you ask him the reason why did he applied for membership of SASCOC, whereas there is KSA that is part of SASCOC?
Okay, just to respond that one, Honorable Member. When they applied, our constitution talks to only one sport code. Whether it's a similar code, it must be only a one structure. So when they applied, we did refer them to KSA. And when we refer them to KSA, they had a meeting with KSA with regarding becoming a member under KSA. It seems it did not work out. And then they came back to us. And I can safely confirm to you, Honorable Member, that at this point, we've got an application from another full contact that is before us to look at it.
Chairperson, you know, we are having a very serious problem with karate in general, where only certain group has been recognized by SASCOC, and you have another group. And the worst part is that now it's not the worst, because SASCOC has just admitted that they know the application of this gentleman. And the reason I was expecting them to tell us the real reason why did those group apply to SASCOC to be recognized. It's because they are not being financially, KSA does not assist. That is why they end up doing that. So it means we are having few groups inside the karate in South Africa, which they are having the problem of being part of KSA. It's something that, Chair, I don't know how that's going to be resolved, but definitely at some stage it needs to be resolved, because we cannot find ourselves where athletes are outside the sport, whereas they want to participate. Let me go further, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani, you're the watchdog for the athletes. I'm going to give an opportunity. I stopped your time to the president to respond to them, to that allegations, because it's unacceptable that athletes are being denied access to join any federation. The president?
Chairperson and honorable member, Karate South Africa has an open door policy for any group that practices karate in South Africa to apply for membership. And
are you aware about this, Mr. Simpiwe, President?
Yeah,
that's
very
what
much
Honorable Molatani asked.
Very much so. We had a meeting with Mr. Simpiwe and his delegation at the Coastlands Hotel in Durban. Mr. Tami Mkhunu, the president of Sports Confederation KwaZulu-Natal, chaired the meeting. And after we finished our opening remarks and then asked the question as to what exactly did Mr. Simpiwe and his group want and how they saw the way forward, they decided to get up and leave the meeting because they were not happy with the people that were in the meeting room.
And you leave it just there, President.
Thank you so much.
President, I'm asking, did you leave it just there when they leave the meeting?
No, I sent the report to SASCOC, and Mr. Tami Mkhunu, the official of SASCOC, recorded the information. However, other full contact groups have been in constant contact with Karate South Africa under the leadership of Mr. Mazibuko and Sydney Zilambola. And they are very strongly associated with Karate South Africa. We have Mr. Hambulani, who is also part of this forum, who is full contact head of USA Karate, will verify that we are working very closely with the full contact. However, Mr. Simpiwe's group, one must understand that the full contact have a number of groups. And we are dealing primarily with two groups, one of which is IKO, led by Kenny Utenbogart from Cape Town. His delegate is also present in this forum, who is part of Karate South Africa, a very integral part. Their members are participating in Karate South Africa activities, meaning championships, workshops, etc. And we have Mr. Mazibuko's group, who are a part of Karate South Africa, except that we are waiting for the finalization of their membership for the current season. They were members last season, and this year they are expected to renew their membership. Ongoing talks have been happening with them. As far as Mr. Simpiwa's group is concerned, they go directly to SASCOC, and they endeavoring to find a channel to join SASCOC directly. They do not consult with us at all. I thank you.
Thank you, President Pillay. The Honorable Malatsani.
Today, what is happening? The president has just said that he did have the meeting with them. But now he said they did not consult. I don't know who is who here. And if those groupings, one of them was here in the meeting, it was going to be a different story, because the president can say this, they are not here. There is always two sides to a coin. And I am not sure, he talked about the Gumede, who is part of the group here, and then who is representing the full contact. If he was really representing the full contact, he was supposed to be the one who respond to these things, to these questions that are pertaining to the full contact. Chair, I want to comment again on one thing. I went to when Honorable Malone was busy presenting, I went to check the comments of the public that are watching the portfolio committee. One comment that made me to be interested in getting further was that when the president was presenting, someone said it should read women in semi-contact karate, because as full contact karate, we have never received anything from KSA. It's one of the comment on people who are watching this portfolio committee, chairperson. So it tells us that we are having one side that is recognized by SASCOC. We are having more athletes who are outside there, who wants to participate and be part of Proteas to go and represent South Africa as karatekas. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in this situation, and we cannot allow this, chairperson. Karate KSA must go out together with SASCOC. They must go and resolve those matters. They must bring those people in here, because, chairperson, when you go to page 3, is it page 2? Sizoki, can you please flight page 2 of KSA presentation? It talks about their membership, chairperson. It talks about their membership, chairperson. Let me make President aware that I'm from Free State, specifically in Metsimaholo in Sasolburg. There is no dojo in Zamdela, and we used to have a dojo in Zamdela Hall. Since from the 80s, we'll go there for a week and run away after being supposed to do something. There is no dojo in Sasolburg, in Zamdela. And on their presentation, they said that KSA membership, 368 affiliated clubs, 5,327 affiliated members, 6,749 non-paying members, all 9 provinces and all 52 districts in South Africa. Just want to check, one, with the person who's representing Free State. Does the Metsimaholo, as in Metsimaholo as a whole, does we have a dojo in Metsimaholo, especially in the location? I don't want to talk about other provinces, just only one a municipality, Metsimaholo.
President Pillay. we do have a representative of Free State.
Yes, we do have
Can
that.
they respond? Please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, it's Oli Lengavu from Free State. We only have one karate in Fezile in Sasolburg that is affiliated with Free State Karate as well as Karate South Africa. And then through the Sports Council, we have extended our invitation to the region to consult with us should they wish to become our members.
Thank you so much. Proceed, Honorable Molatsani.
So what I'm telling you that this KSA, you only find it somewhere, you don't find it. They must not come here and tell us that they are representing 52 districts in South Africa. I will tell you about my hometown, Zamdela. We used to have a very successful and a big dojo in Sasolburg. We've produced so many athletes in karate in Sasolburg, particularly in Zamdela. I don't want to talk about Sasolburg. And if I have to go back and give you the history of what happened, Chairperson, it's so embarrassing. Karate South Africa must not come here and paint the picture as if everything it's rosy, everything is well. It's not, Chairperson. They must go back and do their homework. The homework of ensuring that each and every athlete who's playing karate must be part of them, Chairperson. The other thing, Chair, I'm just worried. If I'm talking about Medipaholo, what about the rural areas? That's the same guy from Free State. Can he tell me that in our deep rural areas of Free State, which is Eastern Free State or Kwakwa, does they have dojos in Kwakwa? If in Medipaholo you have only one dojo in Sasolburg out of 3 towns, they don't have.
Mr. President, we do have karate that are affiliated currently with the Free State and Karate South Africa. We do have in Botshabelo, which is in Mangaung. We do have karate clubs in Tabanchu. Then we also have the karate clubs in the townships in Bloemfontein, and also we do have clubs in Velkom. However,
I'm talking about rural area. I'm talking about Eastern Free State, Maluti Apofu. Mangaung, it's not rural. I'm talking about Eastern Free State, Maluti Apofu. I'm talking about Eastern Free State, Maluti Apofu, specifically in Kwakwa. It's our rural area in Free State.
Chairperson.
Just a second, Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Molatsani, I see there's board members, and I want to find out, are you happy if I give them an opportunity? They might come to the rescue or clarity on issues that you would want me to ask them to have an input?
Chair, it was on a point of order, ne? I think there's a microphone of one Sydney one that is then it's forever on and it's making some terrible noise. So we cannot even.
Thank you, Honorable.
Can you ask that person to mute his microphone?
Thank you, Honorable. I am a little bit patient with that, seeing the fact that Mr. Sydney is visual impaired. Honorable Molatsani, you would want the other board members to respond?
Chairperson, they can respond, but one thing that I know, you know very well that immediately when you start to ask questions, we ask questions because already we have answers. It's just a confirmation of what we got on the ground, Chairperson. So even if they can answer, the person who's responsible for Free State, he cannot answer that. Do they have any dojo in State, our deep rural area? You cannot compare Eastern Free State, your Maluti Apofu and Mangaung. You cannot.
Thank you, Honorable Molatsani. I see there is members that agree with you. I'm going to ask you to proceed. You have 4 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The other thing, Chair, I want to go back to what Honorable Malone raised on the issue of the payment. Again, I'm on YouTube. Someone said on the YouTube that an athlete will pay 450 to participate in a tournament of 70 people. Where does that money goes? The same thing that Honorable Malone has just mentioned. And the treasurer said the athletes are not paying. Fortunately, someone from the group say that the athletes are made to pay for them to participate in a tournament, 450 per person. That is why I'm saying that we are aware that they are being given 1.2 million, which is next to nothing, but they mustn't come here and bring the rosy picture. They were supposed to come for us to call them. We want them to be given at least something that can make their life a little bit better. Not like we are going to fight 1.2 million chairperson. It's nothing compared to boxing that was given 20 million and they cannot even produce results. 1.2 million, it's nothing. The other thing, chairperson, that I want to check, because I can see that here we are having NTT. I want to support Honorable Malone. It's a family cartel, full stop. It's a family and friends cartel, full stop. One knows who can come and join the karate, and then they are running. And I'm worried if the president going to step down, who's going to be next? Possibly it's going to be a member of the family who will be next or on the line to be the president. And I'm just asking myself, are those members who are here from KSA, are they have they played karate previously? Or is it Molozani who managed to know anyone and she was brought into karate, chairperson? Let me just go further and give my recommendation, chairperson. Before I give my recommendation, let me say that Department of Education, this matter of karate being one of the sporting code that are being played in school, they must assist us in making sure that it must come back and be part of the sporting code in school. We are living in an era where GBV is rife. And the only way to protect yourself, you must have at least a self-defense program. Karate is part of those. And one thing that I know is that karate, it teaches you discipline. You become disciplined, chairperson, no matter what. Out of the blue, you don't just stand up and fight people. Let me go through with my recommendation, chairperson. And I want them to be noted, chair. First recommendation, request an agreement set of performance indicators. Performance indicators, membership integrity, deficit reduction, sponsorship income, safeguarding matrix, coach referee development, and require annual written progress reports from both DSAC and KSA. Encourage DSAC to leverage KSA existing guardian girls and GBV prevention initiatives as part of broader government GBV strategies, potentially unlocking cross-departmental funding. For an example, social development, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The third recommendation, urge KSA and DSAC to prioritize cost-efficient development models such as regional technical hubs, hybrid education for coaches and referees, and share equipment tools for rural provinces. My last one, chairperson, request KSA to table within 6 to 12 months a concrete sponsorship and revenue diversification plan and a roadmap to reach full safeguarding and membership system compliance, including completion of sports ID profiles. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. According to my watch 16 seconds over, but I'm using a system which is difficult to understand. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Makgato, you after Honorable Potgieter. Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Makgato, Honorable Mutambi, Honorable Musa, and then other hands had followed. I will go along. Honorable Nkosi, and then Honorable Mataung. Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to get an understanding from the department. They mentioned earlier about karate being, or the aim is to embed it within school structures, but it's not identified as a priority sporting code, which essentially is going to create a bit of an obstacle in terms of the ambitions of KSA in this respect. Can the department advise on exactly how they, sorry, I think there's a message from the DG, Chair. Yeah, can the department advise possibly on what their plans are in that respect?
The department.
Thank you. I'll respond. Chair, I think I've out. In fact, let me start with the issue of priority sport, Chair. That is a notion that we are looking into as a department to do away with completely, because all codes of sport, according to us, must be priority, Chair. And that is the stance we are taking around sport in general going forward. I think what I've also presented, Honorable Potgieter, was, some of the compliance issues that we need to conform to embed karate within the school environment. And I've also spoken to some of the impediments that are currently prohibiting us from executing this particular mandate fully in schools. We are going to engage going forward, and I think there were clear recommendations from some of the honorable members that we need to look at this thing very urgently going forward. I've articulated a compliance roadmap, for lack of a better term, Chair, as to what we need to conform to ensure that we can introduce a particular code in sport safely within schools, so they don't open up the state to unnecessary litigation. I must just say also, Chair, in conclusion to the response, that there are some schools that are already doing it in a very safe manner, and I think we should. And I'm not speaking about private schools. I'm speaking about public schools. So there are pockets where these things are being done, and I think we should look at how we benchmark and ensure that we get this particular aspect within schools as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can the members please be supplied with that information on the schools? Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I find it quite bizarre that I understand karate is a contact sport. However, I think you'll find that a lot of studies have done that it shows less aggression than most of our non-contact sports, such as football. And quite interestingly enough, Australia has done a study based on the amount of hospitalizations, and karate falls somewhere between dancing, golf, and fishing, as opposed to more dangerous sports such as what they consider netball, basketball, rugby, and so on. I think you are more at risk of getting a concussion in rugby than you are in karate. And even more so at top elite level. In karate, the higher you go, the less likely you are to get serious injuries. And judo, for example, actually has a higher concussion rate than karate itself. So I think when these discussions happen, particularly with these sports being, or the idea of them being put into schools does happen, is that those conversations are based on facts, because facts are important and perceptions less so. Because, karate is a contact sport does not mean it's any less dangerous. I can tell you the amounts of injuries, and we can sit here for half an hour, that I've had in soccer. I think I've had more concussions from cricket than any other sport. So I do support that. And I think the perception is a very dangerous thing to base a decision on. It needs to be based on facts. Chairperson, just with regards to the defunding of the Federation by 55%, and I think in the presentation that the Treasurer gave, they stated that they were actually unable to spend that money when it was given back. Can I get a bit of clarity on that?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So in the current year, when we were allocated the 1.2, We got our first payment on the 31st of October 2025, which was in the amount of 565,344. And then after the commission, the Parliament Committee had their meetings, and then they addressed DSAC to give us back that money, give it back to all the sporting federations. We received that money on the 18th of December 2025, the balance of which was 634,656. And because our calendar year of tournaments close towards the latter part of October, November, because schools are going into exams and things like that, our program is to its completion by December. Hence, we could only spend now when we start off in the early parts of March with our tournaments, and hence we had the workshop, I think 3 weeks ago, where we started using those funds. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Chair, I think, this is one of the direct consequences of this defunding of sports federations that's happened. And I think despite the fact that the money has been given back to them, it still shows that they were unable to spend it. And we had this at a previous committee meeting. So I'd like to get an understanding from the DDG with regards to compliance, because the reason behind the defunding of these federations was a lack of compliance. But in the presentation that we received initially, we were told that this particular sporting code or federation was completely compliant. So can I get an understanding of exactly what the reason was for taking away that 55% and then repaying it back? Because I think we've been told ad nauseum that this was not because of VAR, and I will dispute that fact. So I would like to understand the reason for the defunding in the first place, because now we sit in a situation where actually they didn't get a full 1.2 million. They got substantially less because they were unable to spend it and they didn't benefit from the grant in itself.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, can I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, I spoke to this particular matter quite at length in the last presentation when we dealt with the federations. It was not because of compliance matters that the funding was not allocated early in the financial year. There was a process that was undertaken by the department in terms of just understanding, the business of the federations, making sure that as part of the submissions that we ensure that there's full compliance, etc., etc. And I think it was a necessary exercise for us to conduct to better understand the business, so that people understand that, gone are the days, Honorable Pochita, where federations would act with impunity and not conform to the mandates, and they would receive money as a matter of course. So we were trying to make sure that there's that understanding that there must be full accountability in terms of that particular responsibilities. And I think subsequent to that process, after we've interviewed all the federations individually, chaired personally by the Minister, it was then agreed that where there was shortfalls in terms of the initial transfer, that we would then fully reinstate the full transfer. And I can just say, Chair, that we've done that with effect December. And I can just say that according to KSA, they have now, and we acknowledged, Chair, previously that there was a delay in terms of some of the programs of the federation because of the delay of the transfers and that processes. But we're then working closely with them to ensure that we catch up and that we then try and conform to the business plans that were submitted, because
Thank you, Mr.
all
Campbell.
funding are based on the business plans. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Pochita.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I don't think we can dispute the fact that this federation has not benefited from this particular decision. It was very clear in previous meetings that the reasons behind the defunding was a lack of compliance, first of all, and secondly, an entire presentation happened on the fact that because these members were volunteers, that their structures weren't performing adequately. That was very clear from the last presentation. I do think a grave error in judgment was made with the defunding of sports federations. It cannot be that you allocate budgets and then decide that you're going to stop budget because you want to investigate whether or not there's compliance. That doesn't make sense to me. If there was compliance in the beginning and then you assess compliance with regards to spending the grant. But I'll leave it there, Chair. But I think we can understand, particularly from this example, how dangerous this decision was and what it's resulted in. Because essentially the only people that suffer because of this is the development of athletes, coaches, referees, etc., which is where the majority of this money is going. Chairperson, moving on to the KSA itself, I would like to understand whether or not they have suspended any individuals, coaches, officials, athletes, or removed them from their structures in the past 24 months?
The President.
In the past 24 months, we have not suspended anybody, but the best person to respond to that question, Honorable Member Potgieter, would be our Vice President, who is in charge of all DC matters. He chairs all our DC matters, Mr. Sidney Ohane.
Mr. Ohane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and all protocol observed. The answer to the question will be, in the past 24 months, no one was suspended. But prior to that, we had some suspensions. And then if the Honorable Member would love us to explain as to what happened, we can gladly do so. But the past 24 months, we never had that. Thank you.
Honorable Potgieter, proceed.
Please, if he would indulge me, Chair, I would like to understand the reasons for the previous suspensions.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Member, I'll reflect to one. In every organization, there are rules and regulations, constitution, which aligns and regulates the organization. So it happened that one of the provincial presidents, a Gauteng president, very active, highly reputable and respected.
Can we give the reason, Mr. Ohane?
He breached the constitution. So
No,
based on that,
that's not the reason, Mr. Ohane. Give the reason.
The reason.
Yes.
Yes, the reason to the breach was he did not comply with the constitutional requirements where he acted outside the membership or the approval of his membership to raise a dispute with regards to issues that he personally brought forward and tried to have his executive, which excluded him from support, to try and push it forward for his personal gain. So in that light, the province distanced itself with letters to the National Federation that they are not part of that issue that he raised. The reason is, like SASCOC has alluded, that they give federations an opportunity to deal with their issues before they could handle their issues. KSA also does the same, that we dealt with the matter within our structures, and then the provinces also do the same. So this official, the former president, did not get support from his executive, and then he pushed to try and get SASCOC support and our World Federation, including African structures of karate, yet not having his, domestic issues dealt with beforehand. So that was a non-compliance with KSA regulations, that you have to exhaust all the internal avenues and structures before you could go outside. Though the member was given a sanction of 6 months with an appeal, the man decided to do the appeal, but KSA gave him the appeal, he never came to appeal. And then he continuously slandered KSA outside the peripherals of Karate South Africa. Internationally.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ohane. Thank you so much. In terms of your explanation, I don't know where does natural justice falls into this. Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one with regards to, and I'm going to pick up on a little bit on Honorable Daniel's statement with regards to the cash payments and event fees, but also with regards to the athletes' costs for tours and events that they have to pay in themselves. Does KSA or have they undergone an independent audit in the past 2 financial years?
Treasurer.
Thank you, Honourable Member, Mr. Chair. All our audits are independently done, Madam.
It's Honourable Member, not
Honourable
Madam.
Member,
Honourable
apologies.
Peter, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then I'd also like to understand you are reporting sort of significant membership figures to government structures, and you've given us the sort of breakdown of affiliated and non-paying members. But are you able to provide that breakdown by province?
You're looking for the number of members per province?
Yes, affiliated and non-paying members.
I can do that. I will have to look at the membership system. Can I get back to you on that one? Can I respond in writing?
No problem.
That's fine.
Thank you. And then I'd just like to understand what sort of mechanisms do you have in place with regards to safeguarding and grievance platforms for parents or athletes who find or even whistleblowers? What particular platform do you have that they can report these incidents to, and where is it investigated?
Mr. Oane?
Yes, sir. To respond to that, whistleblowers do come to KSA notifiers of issues. They come straight to the executive or members of each structure. It could be regional, provincial, or national. That is one. That also goes with line with the issues of grievances, that every region and province, including national, we do have our protocols in place, where we also have a communication policy where it states it clearly that, for instance, if there's a grievance or a complaint coming forward, if it's in a region, the region has to deal with it first, and if there's an appeal, then the process will be handled by the province and then national. And if it's therefore cannot be dealt with by, then it can be handled by SASCOC. So we do have that line of system, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you so
It's
much.
Honourable Potgieter and not Madam.
I feel like I've taken on a different career path, Chair. Just with regards to your elections, and this may seem like a very strange question, but I'm asking it for a reason. Can you advise your last election for your executive in KSA? How was your voting conducted? Was it done by secret ballots or by a show of hands?
The President?
The voting was conducted by a show of hands, as was the case on previous occasions.
Does the Constitution speak to that?
It's always been by a show of hands, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the President of SASCOC, I don't know if he's still here, whether this sort of complies with the principles of good governance as they see it?
Mr. Hendricks? Any procedure on voting, whether it is democratic, because you have in Parliament we have also the same issue, intimidation, raised by hands. Please take us through this.
Yes, and thanks for the opportunity and a good question. I must admit that I've never heard of a national federation having a voting process for the elections by vote of hands. It is completely not out of governance.
Honourable Nkosi?
I'm sorry for disturbing you and the President. There is this sound that Honourable Ntambi was speaking about. It is existing. I don't know what
Honourable Nkosi, my apologies. I think Mr. Ohane has some challenges. He is visually impaired, I've been informed. I would also request in future that we have some assistance for Mr. Ohane, because it is quite disturbing. I agree with you. Please proceed, Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks, you say you're shocked. You never heard about dance. Mr. Hendricks.
Yes, and I must admit I am shocked, President, of KSA. And I've got your constitution in front of me, and I'm going to review that. I'm going to ask the staff to review, because that's certainly not part of the good governance practice of SASCOC.
Not. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the President. I would also like to understand whether or not there were any instructions or guidance that was given to delegates on how they should vote, whether that be through WhatsApp messages, formal instructions, or informal discussions.
The President of Karate, South Africa.
Honorable Member, the notices for the annual general meeting, the elective meeting, of course, is normally sent out with the correct time frames, and nominations are submitted to the secretary's office. As far as I know, as the President, the next time we meet is when it is the election day. A very important point is our elections have always been monitored and overseen by an official from SASCOC, just for the sake of information. So as far as WhatsApp messages and so forth, I have no knowledge of it as the President.
Thanks. Chair, just for your benefit or cognizance, I'm not quite sure, I would like to state that I have received a message or information from an anonymous whistleblower who has basically shown a WhatsApp message that says, before we start, a list was sent via WhatsApp, we must vote for. And then it lists the exact positions that they need to vote for. The first one is, in fact, the President. The second one is the Vice President. The third is the Secretary General, the Treasurer, the Technical Convener, and additional members. And their names are listed explicitly in this message that these are the people that need to be voted for. I would state, and I would request, that perhaps the President of SASCOC look into this particular issue alongside the fact that we are voting for an executive by a show of hands, if that is sufficient for you, Chair.
That's completely sufficient for me, and also we have to look into the real function of SASCOC when it comes to policies of these federations, with particular what you have mentioned now. Honorable Potgieter, you have 3 minutes.
I'm quite done, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Magato.
Let me go to the bus. I'll chip in after the speaker. The bus is
Okay.
available.
My apologies. The Honorable Mutambi.
Yeah. I can't raise my hand, Chairperson, while Honorable Mutambi.
It wasn't me,
No,
Go to the bus.
it's fine. It was Honorable Daniels who wants to ambush Honorable Mutambi. Proceed, Honorable Mutambi. I'll come back to you, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all the attendees of the meeting. I want us to go to page 16 of the financial statements. There is an item called travel, that's local and overseas, and there's a figure of 514,000 that has been spent. And then in their presentation on page 9, you have reported that you have got 24 events that were held, 9 were international, and then 2 were continental. So I want to understand this figure as to how much was spent locally and how much was spent internationally. And then if it's for overseas trips, how many athletes were supported? Then I'll make a follow-up to that effect.
Thank you. The Treasurer.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Member. So this travel is for Tournament Commission and members of the executive moving around locally from province to province when we are hosting tournaments. Their cost is applied here. And this overseas travel is for the president when he is working on KSA business, traveling to the various areas, be it in Africa or out of Africa, under a KSA perspective. I can submit a breakdown. I'll have to go back and I can submit that through to you in writing, please.
Are you able to tell us how many members did the honorable member ask?
Mr. Chair, this is not for athletes. It's for admin officials, coaches, referees, tournament commission that go to run tournaments in different provinces.
So, Chair, a follow-up, do I get it to say you've all spent almost more than half of your allocation just for the board members? There's no money that is used to support the athletes themselves. Yeah, that's what I want to understand.
No, honorable member.
That's what I'm getting that, because you see, in this allocation, it's only the money that is coming from the department, I suppose. So nothing is put to support the athletes to that effect. It's the money for yourselves, if I'm to say that in a raw language. The money, the allocation that you get from the department is just for yourselves, nothing to support the sport.
Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, this money is not used from grant funding. This money is used from the other income and the entry fees that we charge, where we use the monies from for this type of expenses. It's not taken from the projects that I've been funded for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Tambi.
So maybe you must give us a breakdown in terms of the money that gets allocated to you. How do you then use it, if that's what you are saying? Secondly, I mean, don't you think this amount, if indeed is meant for the board members and moving, is too much excessive? That's the question that I want to also understand, to say, maybe we need to get a full breakdown to say how do then the money, because you show this money doesn't come from DSAC. I want to understand that. And what is this other sources of funding that you are referring to under the circumstances? So also a breakdown on the money that comes from DSAC. What do you do with it then under the circumstances, Chair? Through you, Chair.
That's fine, Honorable Tambi. The Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the monies that come from the funding is under the grant funding expense, which is reflected on page 16. And the travel, the local and overseas, that comes from the other income. As I mentioned earlier, it comes from the entry fees, from the other sundry income that we receive. That's the money we use to pay for this cost of travel.
The follow-up question to that effect, Chair. Do you think there's value for money under the circumstances that you use so much money than developing the sport, than to travel around? Is it fair? Is this using resources maximally and efficiently? That's the question that I want to understand, because you can't be about yourselves. There's a sport that you need to develop, because I've got questions that I have to ask, especially linked with the question that Honorable Mlozane raised with regard to the grassroots people on the ground there.
The Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. So Honorable Member, all our tournaments are run in all provinces. And all the tournament commission members, including the likes of the chairman of the referees commission, who has to run his courses, the chairman of the coaches commission, who have to run his courses, are based in different areas. So, for example, if we're having a tournament in Cape Town, KSA will need to pay for the costs of all these members to fly to Cape Town or drive to Cape Town. Similarly, with the tournament commission, in order to run a successful tournament. So yes, we charge an admin fee, entry fee as well, because we've got tournament costs, which has to be covered as well. And in order to run a successful tournament, we've got to pay for the venue hire, for the hall, the hall that we're having the venue. We got to pay for medical services. We got to pay for doctors in certain instances. We've got to pay for security. We've got to pay for the equipment of what we call tatamis, being the floor mats. We've got to pay for
Thank you,
catering.
Treasurer. We got your point. Honorable Mutambi, let's throw the curveball to the department. Are they happy that 500,000, half of the money been spent on this, should I say, staff or instead on development? The department? What is the
Thank you.
oversight role?
Yes, Chair, we obviously do play oversight, and as been indicated, none of the funds for traveling comes from the grant from DSAC. We are very clear and very specific in what we want the money to be used for, and I think there was an indication as to the amounts for the different programs, and we do allocate a 200,000 amount, which is part of our regulations in any case for administration support. But we obviously want as much money as possible to go into development. So Chair, 500,000 doesn't come from the grant, and then obviously the KSA would then understand why that is important and necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you. Then does it mean, to respond to what to this previous speaker, so it means this first federation is tournament based and not program based? And if that is the case, are you happy that this thing is not aligned to your mandate as a department? Because this is the sense that you are getting out of those responses.
Chair, is that for me, Honorable Mutambi?
Yes.
Yeah, no, Chair. You'll see the program is structured in a manner that there is a developmental component, and this is what we insist for all funding requirements. You'll see I think it's the third part of the program speaks to grassroots development as well as general development of the code of sport. And that is what our preoccupation is with all these funding approvals. So it is there, Chair, in addition to the national championships that there was, because the pipeline is, Chair, that we have mass participation and development. And obviously, as you progress, there must be tournaments, etc., to be held to gauge the progress of the development programs. So it is there, Chair. Thank you.
Then the other issue, Chair, if you look on slide 18, there is a program section called funded programs, and then there's a golf day initiative that is listed as a funded activity. I should think we want to get clarity and explanation from the Federation for them to talk to us to this issue, because this seemingly to be misaligned to the mandate of developing, promoting, and developing karate as a sport.
Did you say golf day?
Yes, funded golf day. They play golf there.
The president, maybe it was fundraising, but let's hear. The president.
Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, honorable member, chairperson, fundraising is funded by the people from the outside who helps KSA to fundraise, and generally it is the golfing fraternity who want to lend a hand to a federation such as ours in order to assist with development programs. I thank you.
Honorable Mutambi.
And then, if that is the case, where do you account for the derived benefit out of that golf event? How do you account for that?
I will ask the treasurer to answer that. However, may I say that development.
It's fine. Let's give the treasurer an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Member. So when we do fundraisings, naturally you're going to have costs incurred, and the small surplus that you get, because you don't really know how much you're going to get, how many players you're going to get, how many players are going to pay. So the small surplus that we do get, we also put that into the sundry income, as reflected on page 14 of the financials.
Still, I'm asked a direct question, Chair. There was a golf tournament that hosted you in K expenses. How much did you benefit out of hosting that golf day? So you want to, so you
The income, treasurer, what was the income? Was it also registered as other income?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. To give you the exact amount, I'll have to go back at the ledger and then I can report that to you.
But what I can't understand is why should one register such an event of that nature as just other income? I mean, my inny pinny winny little plate says to me, it should supposed to be golf day with an amount. Honorable Mutambi,
Yes, Chair. Yes.
West Chair, they hosted the golf event. They know how much did they benefit. Why should they have to go back to the ledger?
Yeah,
because you said this is a funding activity that we are raising funds. And
I
these are the
agree.
things that within the CFO's fingertips, the treasurer must know how much did they
I
raise. Why
agree.
did the CS to go
If
back?
we have an event, we sell biryani over 2 years. I can tell you that when we sell biryani, we made 50,000. So what was the amount made for the golf day? And there's big money in golf. Treasurer.
Mr. Chair, it wasn't such a huge golf day. I'll just give me a few minutes. I'm just looking at the detailed ledger.
President, maybe you can remember. I mean, it was a golf day.
Golf days sometimes work and sometimes they're an absolute flop. It all depends.
No. This one, it was a golf day. We are not. We don't ask whether it was a success or a flop. What was the money amount made for?
Chairperson.
How much did you lose out of hosting that golf day?
Chairperson, we had a golf day. It was a fair attendance. There was an income after expenses were paid. And I'm quite certain the treasurer will verify the income. As president,
30,000.
That's a possibility.
All days 100,000, 120,000. Treasurer. Oh, it sounds
Chair?
like Asa here.
Chair, under the circumstances, can this entity send us the 3 years bank statements, including their credit card and investment account? We just want to make analysis. Something seems not to be adding up, Chair, because they also then brag about a golf day. When you ask about the details, it's in their presentation. And then they can't, they don't know. Honestly, it's either we are not taken seriously, Chair, under the circumstances.
I agree, Honorable Mutambi. Will the professional staff just take a note of that request of Honorable Mutambi? Honorable Mutambi, please proceed.
Yeah, then I'm talking about now the grassroots development model. I want to understand from the delegation that in the absence of priority code funding and national school sport integration support, what sustainable model, definitely apart from the golf day, does current South Africa have to finance grassroots development and schools leagues across all the provinces? This is linked to what Honorable Mlozane was raising.
Is there any response?
Question. Honorable member, can I hear the question again, please? I
I
apologize.
was saying, in the absence of priority code funding and national school sport integration support, what sustainable model do you have as Garage South Africa to finance grassroots development and schools league across all the 9 provinces of South Africa? I want to understand the sustainable model.
Honorable member, the KSA Treasury will verify that sustainable model you speak about, because she is the one that's in charge of these type of projects that are undertaken whenever it is possible. I think we've heard throughout the presentation that 1.2 million rands grant from the department, which we remain grateful for, is certainly well below an expected figure that can allow us to take development to the 9 different provinces. Whilst we endeavor to do our damnedest best, we have severe challenges in terms of limitations, simply because of lack of funding. We can develop, we can do social outreach if we have the funding. Sadly, we are found wanting when it comes to the issue of funding.
With due respect, Chair, I'm a bit worried because this issue of the sustainability model should be the strategy of the board. I'm here confronted with a situation wherein I see board members that travel across South Africa, forgetting why they are there. Because you see, this is the sport that each and every child in the country, not a particular section of society, must benefit, as Honorable Muteta raised earlier, to say during apartheid era, this is what needs to happen. Now we've got a board. I'm asking a clear, straightforward to say what sustainable model, because this is part of the board strategy. Then I'm being told things that are not relevant, Chair. With due respect, can we be afforded some respect in this meeting, Chair?
Honorable member, the technical convener would like to address the issue.
Thank you, Mr. President, and through you, Mr. Chairman. The Garage South Africa initiative and sustainable model obviously depends on the finances, yes, but what we have endeavored to do is to take the tournaments and the training to the various provinces. We have also had sponsored events where at grassroots level, athletes have come to trainings free of charge. Some of the athletes who have participated in our development programs, well, all of them, actually were given a reduced fee in terms of participation, and in terms of the coaching, etc. 90% of them that were attending were from grassroots development in terms of development. It should be also noted that many members of the board themselves continuously sponsor the training of athletes free of charge in the rural areas. We also do fund and pay for them out of our own pockets in order to participate at provincial, regional, and national level. So we don't have a sustainable model as yet, but it is a work in progress.
Yeah, but the things that are explained now, so it must reflect somewhere. All of these things must reflect somewhere, and it is not reflecting. It only comes out when members throw the stone in the bush. Honorable Mutambi, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Chair. That's the point to say. This is one of the reasons why the board exists, is to
Is it myself or did we lose
show
Honorable
this
Mutambi?
happens. And then instead of maybe you can sit in the boardrooms and start to work on talking, Chair. Can you call the order?
No, we could not hear you, Honorable Mutambi.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Please
Can
proceed.
you hear me now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, that's what we're saying to say. I think in the future they must come and present to us the model. We must give them that responsibility, Chair, to do that. Then a follow-up question to that. I want to now understand what mechanisms are there to support provincial federations, clubs, and volunteer coaches who are expected to carry the burden of expanding karate participation at grassroots level. What mechanism are there?
We continuously are hosting programs free of charge, sometimes in the various provinces, whenever we can do so. In terms of our coaches program, etc., we have a development coaches structure, which is something we've just started within the last, I think, 12 months. We are trying to outlay and move forward by having a development officer in our federation to deal specifically with grassroots development in the various provinces, and trying to roll out a program where we bring athletes from grassroots level all the way into national level without there being any stigma attached with them going the various routes, i.e. province to national, etc. So some of our tournaments, athletes from grassroots level come directly into the national championship and participate. We try our very best to ensure that programs of that nature is done in the rural areas when we are planning our tournaments.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Honorable Mutambi. With that said, if you have a really burning issue,
The last one, Chair.
let me give it to you.
It's a follow-up on what Honorable also Daniel said. We are informed that you collect 100 Rand per athlete for KSA card and also 1,600 for club affiliation. And we don't see you accounting for it there. Yeah, maybe you can share that with us. Secondly, you seem to be, you talk about programs, also talk about tournaments, that I don't even try, I'm trying to battle to understand. Or maybe tell us what are those programs, because programs cannot be tournaments. So, so that's the issue. That's maybe.
Sorry, I think maybe you misunderstood me. When we have the tournaments, etc., we outroll training programs for the athletes from the development and the elite divisions. However, we have a program coming up now at the end of the month in the Western Cape province, where we are opening up to have athletes from the development places and rural areas come through and join us for national training sessions under the national team coaches, to help them to move forward into coming in through the structures and gain provincial colors, etc. And not only with regards to colors, but to give them the necessary skills that they require to become successful athletes. In this manner also, we are talent identifying, and we try to find the next tier of athletes that will replace or even supersede the athletes that we currently have on the KSA national teams, etc., the provincial teams. So we do roll out these programs in provinces, and KSA is now going from province to province. We've got Western Cape, Northern Cape, Gauteng. We have Eastern Cape also on the calendar, where we will be going to run our programs and try to develop the athletes from a rural area or from a sustainable development point of view.
The next member on the list is Honorable Musa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me acknowledge the Minister, Deputy Minister. Excuse
Proceed.
me. Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. In terms of the first issue that we have is the response from the President. And I think listening to the process earlier, the procedure that has been taking place, there seems to be gross negligence or incompetence in terms of the KSA. And the reason I'm saying that is that in terms of the first response, when we look at the response of the president with regards to the constitution, his response was totally that he is unsure of the age restriction, and that raises concern. So that's the first issue I have. And then the second issue is that, just hold on. Just, thank you. Sorry about that, Chair.
It's fine, Honorable Member. Please proceed.
Yeah. Can the President clearly specify any conflict of interest, and also in terms of nepotism or any other financial gain and benefit that KSA accrues for personal benefit by way of influence or any other? So those are some of the concerns. And like I said earlier, I think it's more important that these be disclosed to our committee. And I think we should call for a thorough investigation into the KSA because of the fact that there are many unanswered questions, such that leaves one wondering as to the responses received during our proceedings this morning. So I also want to get clarity with regards to the representation in terms of inclusivity regionally, and the impact in the President's view and opinion, whether he is impactful, influential in terms of ensuring at grassroots level that there is inclusivity of many at grassroots level, especially those that are impoverished and where we require development. And in his opinion, whether, and knowledge as well, whether he is doing justice as KSA to implement these programs and events throughout South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. The President of
Chair,
Karate, please.
Yeah.
Please add.
There's just one. Sorry, Chair. There was a breach by the former president, and it was in terms of the constitution. So how does the president himself hold himself in terms of breach for not knowing whether there's a breach on his part, that he doesn't know that at 75 years of age, whether he should be standing as a president? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Musa. The President of Karate, you're welcome to designate some of the questions and concerns to any other board member.
Honorable Member, Mr. Chairperson, when I last got elected, I was 72 years old. In terms of the world governing body for karate, the WKF, there is no age restriction in serving as an official of a national federation that is affiliated to the World Karate Federation. I have there was a letter to that effect which sits with SASCOC, because in 2020 there was a query about age issue, and the World Karate Federation issued a letter giving clarity that there is no age restriction with regards to official serving. In terms of grassroots development, etc., I come from grassroots. I spent a major part of my life in townships such as Phoenix, Chatsworth, KwaMashu, Mdensane, and other places around the country. I am very conscientized about the challenges in grassroots level promotion of our sport. I am constantly ensuring that emphasis is placed in that regard with our 9 provincial presidents that are present in the forum today to ensure that that area of our work is not neglected and that there is focus in those areas. And that's one of the reasons why we take our major activities to those grassroots development areas. And I don't want to take the time of the congregation to name the areas that we go to, but we certainly go to several of them. We have to understand that if we talk about grassroots development and upliftment, it all hinges on the key word called funding. And sadly, we are, as I stated previously, we are lacking in terms of funding to do the kind of things that we'd like to do, that we want to do, that we plan to do, that we have already planned to do in rural areas at grassroots level. But I am heavily reliant on the 9 provincial presidents for ensuring that they do whatever is within their capacity to take karate to the next level from a grassroots perspective in those provinces and regions. I thank you.
Thank you, President. The committee don't discriminate against age. We ask these questions for every federation that appear in front of us. And also, we want to prevent presidents serving term after term after term. That's why we ask about the constitution. We cannot have someone serving for 3, 4, 5 terms. I think that's the issue members are raising here. The Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the entities that are here, as well as the department. Chair, I think most of the things my colleagues has just raised them. But I just want to put an emphasis because in these issues to us are very much important. It is noted that aside from administration, constitute a program, both DSAC and KSA didn't disclose the specific budget for specific budget allocation for each program for 2024 and 2025 financial year. And in the absence of programs level financial breakdowns for 2024-2025 makes it difficult for the portfolio committee to effectively scrutinize expenditure and assess whether the allocated funds are commensurate with the reported performance. Chair, let me check my notes here. I'm sorry. Yeah, in respect of KSA programs, table 2, deficit that all the programs that form the core of business KSA lack detailed information concerning the key indicators as well as the targets set by the Federation. I think that one Honorable Mtambi touched on as well. Therefore, the absence of these indicators and targets as per the program makes it difficult to analyze or determine the performance of the Federation for the year concerned. I just want to get a clarity or a answer as to say why these indicators were not put there. What was the reason behind it, as well as the specific budget allocation since it was not disclosed, why it was not disclosed for each program. The other thing, Chair, I think Honorable Malone has just asked the President about his son. I can really support the honorable members that are saying this is a family cartel. I think Honorable Letsane has just said that, and it is true. The President said to us when he became a president, his son was already there. But I just want to indicate, Chair, that this thing is run by family, you know, because after the president or the KSA has banned the former chairperson of Mpumalanga, the very son of his president was then taken to the position that was held by the former chairperson, the technical director one, and the president was there already. I just want to check that if there's anything that happened or transgression by one member of the entity, why the department is not giving that person a hearing? Can you expel a person or ban a person without calling him or her for the hearing? Is it right for them to do that? Yes, I will wait for the responses, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Valid questions raised by the honorable member. Can we get a response, please?
With regards to our elections, the members that serve on our board have been elected by the General Assembly. The last elections comprised of 9 provinces, delegates from 9 provinces, and 52 regions who voted. And in terms of the issue with regards to expulsion, there's never been a banning in karate South Africa, but expulsion or suspension. Mr. Sidney Ahane, who is head of the DC, is better positioned to further explain the issue of suspension or expulsion. Mr. Sidney Ahane, I thank you.
Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Chair. Honorable member, to respond to that. Banning does not even exist in the KSA Constitution. Neither does it exist.
Respond to the expulsion. I've heard about that. The President indicated, please.
So I need the flag.
The expulsion can never be expelled unless there's a hearing and appeal and that there's a gross misconduct, such as transgression to the safeguarding protocols, also including rape matter. Those are very much gross. And again, in KSA, we have 3 types of suspensions. Suspensions could reflect in terms of administrative, technical, including sporting. So expulsion is the last dire, however I can put it, measure to be taken by KSA. That will also involve the Congress, meaning all the regions of KSA will have to decide on a vote whether to expel a member or not. KSA just doesn't go for expulsion without the Congress. Thank you, Madam.
Honorable Kosi, clarity on any other issue?
Chairperson, I'm being clarified, but I just want to indicate to the President as well as his team here that can they really submit to me that report of expulsion of the former member of the provincial chairperson, Themba Ndlovu, and the processes that they've been followed, because he was not called for the hearing.
When he was written a letter to the hearing, he went there, they didn't find them. So can we be told? Because seemingly this entity is run by the family. Lastly, Chair, I would like to support Honorable Mletsane with all the recommendations presented before us in the Portfolio Committee. Thank you. But I want the report in writing with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. We are running a bit out of time. There is 2 members still that have to speak. The Honorable Makato, I'm not too sure whether she's able to do so because she's traveling. And then I'm having Honorable Khabo. And then I will give members of each party, 2 of the ANC, and each party 2 seconds. 2 seconds, that's a lot. 2 minutes to wrap up before I'm closing this meeting. The Honorable Makato, can we assess whether you are able to ask your questions? If disposition, we will send those questions in writing. I am now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please proceed, Honorable Khabo.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with my very first question. In terms of the allocation made to Karate South Africa, we all agree that 1.2 million is not enough, and would obviously be interested, as much as we agree that the issue of funding is quite important. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to zoom into the space and check as to how much is it been meant for development of karate, in particular in rural areas and small towns. I'm raising this because of the issue of development has been raised for quite some time. And I would like to understand as to how much are they providing now that they've said that they are providing services to all regions in South Africa. How much have they set aside for the development of karate South Africa? That would be my first question, Chairperson.
Kindly respond.
Yeah, I'll respond. Thank you, Honorable Khabo. Yeah, no, and my apologies to Honorable, I think it was Molotsane that also raised the issue of the budget. What we normally do, Chair, when we present under the programs, we do slot in the amounts that are there. So there are essentially 3 programs, 4 within this particular space, and I think we'll just give those amounts. I think the CFO from KSA did mention the amounts. So the admin component is around 200,000, and I think I don't have the figures up front in my head now, Chair, but you know, the combination of the National League, the leagues, as well as the development, and then the Women in Sport program constitutes the balance of the 1.2 million, which is then the million. But we can give that exact breakdown, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's important for us to be provided a clear breakdown per district as to how much are they spending. Because, Chairperson, if we were to agree that we have a responsibility of investing in Karate South Africa, we equally have the responsibility of making sure that it's accessible to a majority of our people are located. So I would want us to get that breakdown in terms of finances, each and every district, how much are we spending, if we can get that clarity, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to go to the other issue that speaks to the management and council in particular. I realize that we seem to be spending a lot of money, not on development of Karate South Africa, but mostly on the traveling, and other benefits that we pay for these councils and the executive council, Chairperson. I would want to check from the current executive council, Chairperson, how many of them were forming part of the previous leadership of this executive?
The President?
Honorable member, Chairperson, I'm not certain that I understand the question. So I would like to ask that the question be repeated. I heard the honorable member ask how many of the present council members were forming part of the previous administration. I'm not sure if that's my correct understanding.
That is the right interpretation of my question, President. Thank you.
The current leadership was elected in 2024, and it is a very new look executive board. For example, there are 5 women and 4 men. That wasn't the case
No,
previously.
President, I'm
Yeah.
expecting you to say to me that the board is constituted by 10 people. Out of 10 people, we've got 3 people or 5 people who were serving in the previous board. That is my question.
4.
Out of
It's 4. Thank you for that clarity, honorable member. 4 members from the previous board are in the current board.
which positions are they holding currently and which positions were they holding in the previous board?
President, TC, Treasurer. President, Vice President, Treasurer, TC, and yes, that's the 4. And yes, the secretary is also changed. Correct. That's the 4. President, Vice President, Treasurer, and the TC.
So would I be right? Would I be right to say that the 4 that has been re-elected is mostly the 4 that deals with the day-to-day running of the institution or of the entity?
Yes, you'll be correct. They are what we would call MANCO, yeah.
Okay.
And
President, you in particular, it means that this is not your first term.
No, it's not my first term.
How many terms have you served in Karate, South Africa?
I've been president since 2013.
Since 2013. So
Yes.
it's what we can. It's safe to say now it's 10 years.
Yes.
No, thank you, President. President, you
Thank
spoke of 4 people who were then re-elected. How many people constitute a board?
9.
It's 9 people.
Yes.
So 5 people were brought in as new people who were elected.
Yes.
Now, earlier on, you made mention of your elections and how they were conducted, and you raised something that was very bit funny, that you conduct your elections through a show of hands, meaning that you don't conduct any secret ballot, which might be open for intimidation to a large extent, if one might interpret it. I want to check with you who presides over your elections
It is always
during
an
the
external.
AGM.
It is always, ever since I got elected, an external official from SASCOC. It first was the SASCOC board member.
Can you give that name, please? Please give that name, because there was voting by the show of hands, and according to SASCOC president, it's unacceptable.
Yes, the first was Mohammed Mubarak.
From SASCOC.
Correct. He was a board member.
President of SASCOC, please take note of that.
2013. In 2016, it was the Vice President of the Continental Federation, UFAC, Mr. Masumbika. Mr. Masumbika.
Not a problem, President.
In
Not a problem.
2020, it was Mr. Tami Mkunu, who chaired the elections, Sports Confederation President of KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay, President. I think you'll have to give us. I think you'll have to give us that in writing.
Certainly.
Yeah, please give us in writing. But of importance, as much as you were saying that the elections were conducted by SASCOC official, okay, is it safe to say that there is no independent body of elections that conduct such processes in your case? In South Africa, we are saying that we've got an independent electoral commission that is charged with the responsibility of conducting free and fair elections in South Africa. It's for that reason that we say that they enjoy the legitimacy of conducting free and fair on the basis of them being an independent institution. So I want to check with you, is it safe to say that in your case, there's never been an independent entity, but rather an extension of an individual whom in their responsibility, they don't have that capacity or that function of running elections as pure as the Independent Electoral Commission?
We have always invited SASCOC to our elections, and they have very kindly obliged on each occasion. Mr. Barry Hendricks was the person who oversaw
All right,
the
not a problem, President.
in
Let me go to
2020.
no, it's fine, President. Let me go to the President of SASCOC.
Yes.
Is it a common practice, President Barry, that you'd send officials to conduct elections in your federations? Is it a common practice? And if that is the case, why are you not using an independent entity that specifically runs or deals with the management of elections?
I think it's an extremely fair question that you're asking, Honourable Member. And as far as I was concerned, SASCOC is just there as observers, not to run an election. So I'm quite perturbed by this statement, and I need to ask Monsieur Kombana, who usually assigns these individuals to observe elections. I might say that I get invited to speak at the opening of these elections by all the federations, but I don't stay behind and to monitor the elective process. I must say I'm quite concerned.
So are you saying President, are you then saying that SASCOC does not have any legal standing of conducting elections during that process, but rather to serve as an observer?
Yes, and that is our policy, and we've stuck to that policy since I've become president. So I'm a bit perturbed now.
So it would be in a way conflict of interest if we were to realize that SASCOC, like it has been alleged, has been conducting the elections of Karate South Africa, and as a result, those elections might have questions on and around their legitimacy.
Yes, so it's a serious conflict of interest for SASCOC to participate as running the elections, because if there's anything going on and a dispute is raised, it eventually comes to us.
No, President, it's fine. I'll get back to you, and I'm interested to understand now that you've got a president sitting for the past 10 years, whose elections has been conducted in a very funny way that is very inconsistent with the SASCOC prescripts of conducting elections. I think you must prepare response on that, even in writing.
Certainly.
There are questions raised on and around how elections are being conducted, and funny enough, earlier on, there was an issue of elections being conducted in an open way, which one would say that is open also equally vulnerable for intimidation. Now that we have realized that it's SASCOC that has been presiding over these elections, I wanted to check with the sitting president. During the last AGM, was there contestations or was there any contestation for each and every position, or all these people who are currently occupying these positions met threshold individually and there was no contestation? Was there any contestation in the last AGM?
President Pillay.
The elections was conducted in a free and fair democratic
The question is,
process.
was there any contestations?
No.
Honorable
Okay. Now that
3 minutes.
all right, no, Chairperson, in this last 3 minutes, let me try and wrap up. I'm just going to camp on this part of elections. You know, there are allegations that people who were voting against Brendan Pillay, some regions of KZN in particular, amongst others, who did not vote for Brandon Pillay were subjected to an investigation, and largely we can term it as unnecessary victimization. Is it true, that statement? Are those allegations true or false?
That allegation is false.
The allegations are false.
Can we ask the Honorable Khabu, can we ask the board member who's dealing with disciplinary cases? I'm looking for the name, Ohane, I think.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want us to be very much aware, through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Honorable Member Ntate Khabu. There are rumors that will be spread, especially by those who will lose elections. I would like
Mr. Ohane, the question is, there are allegations that people has been investigated voting against. Is it yes or no? I don't want us to go into the detail of the issue.
Chairman, those are allegations. Those are allegations. It's a no. Nothing of that nature happened.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure what is the name of the official who has just responded. But the official must know that even if I can contest elections and I am defeated out of those elections, if there are any, or if I've got any dispute on and around how the elections were handled, they are still having a responsibility of listening to my dispute. So whether there are allegations that are making round in the public space or not, I just want to ask him, have they received any formal dispute on how the process was conducted?
That's why I said initially, sir, it was a rumor. We have never received that. It's the first time we hear, and there will remain allegations or rumors to me, because any dispute.
That's fine. That's super fine. Wrap up, Honorable Khabu.
No, Chairperson, lastly, I'm not sure. I wanted to have the last 2 or 3 questions, but let me leave this.
I'm going to give it to you. Think about it. I'm going to give each member, before I want to close this meeting, the Honorable Tetwa, 2 minutes. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to mute you myself. I'm going to put you out of the meeting if you take more than 2 minutes. Then the Honorable Daniels, then the Honorable Molatsani, then the Honorable Musa, Honorable Khabo. I'm left with who? Honorable Potgieter. Please proceed in that order.
Thank you, sir.
How about me? My hand is up there.
And then Honorable Kosi, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm one person who is going to opt to participate, to be part of the solution than to be part of the issues, the challenges. We do oversight and ask questions, but we never get to see any consequence management on what we see as I will make an example with the athletic SA president who was suspended and then came back after we had found him to be wanting on the credit card. So I would want to offer myself. I'm going to visit any federation, any entity that wants to be assisted with programs of transformation, proposals on these budgets, because I don't believe that we are doing justice. We are expecting people to do so much with 1.2 million, and the department is always on the side and not answering to these questions. Why? I mean, Honorable Potgieter asked very specific questions that the department gave 1.2. Out of that 1.2, it was 170 that was said. These people have said from the beginning it was 170, but we keep on hammering and asking the same question about money allocated for grassroots. There's no money allocated for grassroots. It is obvious. And it is unfortunate that we will hammer people who are coming. We have become something like we are an X-Men. A young man at the awards where I was, he said,
I've lost interest in watching the portfolio copy because you talk and talk and talk, but nothing. You have taught us so much about issues of tax that we pay taxes and we don't follow up on what happens with our tax money. We had hopes when we saw you guys holding people, but who has ever been found wanting and followed up? We followed up open cases, and so I'm tired of asking questions and nothing is happening. So I'm going to opt to follow up and identify problems and challenges and go and assist our people on the ground. Thank you, Chair. No question.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa, but we should not give up. It is quite evident that with us and other organizations, the Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. To the President of KSA, are you familiar with the name Zacchaeus Banyane? Yes, no? I've got very limited time.
Very familiar, thank you.
All right. Has he ever been suspended?
That will be that's a question that our DC head can answer.
But as the president, you must be
has
aware.
Been suspended.
Yes, he was suspended
for the allegations and the charges against him for rape.
Correct.
Why is it that he still attends KSA events, traumatizing all the girls at those functions? Why do you allow that?
Mr. Ohana can answer that. He is the head of DC.
No, that's fine. Let me move on.
You are the head, Mr. Pillay. You are the head of this organization. I understand if you designate someone else, but there is questions that members ask that really you as the president will be in a position to tell us. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
I'm in a position to answer, Chair. Honorable
no, it's fine. You
member.
chose not to. It is fine. I just wanted to bring
get a
about
better
how
answer from the DC head. That's what I thought. That's all.
President.
I
You are
apologize.
on the other side of the table. I'm sitting on this side. I'm asking the questions. Please don't take up my time.
So do you want an answer to that question you asked?
We are covered. Thank you. Let us move on. Mr. Barry Hendricks, you have mentioned that the voting process was irregular. Now, because the voting process was irregular, is that not reason enough to dissolve the executive? Mr. Hendricks?
To get my video on, sir. There are two elements to this, Honourable Minister. Honourable.
No, I accept that. Thank you.
I'm looking to the future, Honourable Member. The one is, and I can state it quite clearly, SASCOC does not agree with an open ballot or show of hands, not ballot process. And two, I must also state, I've asked my staff members now, the CEO as well as the COO. SASCOC has never, since the last elective conference, because this places SASCOC in a bad light, we have not run a single election.
Yeah.
So that's quite important to me. And
the question, Mr. Barry, is with such behavior, does that not give enough reason to disband those elected?
You see, we can't just summarily declare elections null and void. We're going to have to look into it and follow the due process so that we can get to the point where we can't be judged about the process that we followed.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels.
I'll propose my time there, Chairperson. So let me put it to you then, KSA. And Honourable Mutambi was on it. The Treasurer says that other income is used for the travels, local and international travels. You must be ashamed of yourself to use other people's money to travel you around while they must sell Boerovos rolls to get their children to competitions. You should be ashamed of yourself. So I want to conclude, Chairperson, on saying KSA training session of the President, what's his name? Brando Pillay, and his business partner, who is the treasurer of KSA, Shani Lakaram, into the account of Promotech, the name of their company, Promotech Durban North. I've got proof of the payments. that has gone into that account, where parents pay into that account for their children's training. And I asked the question initially, Chairperson and colleagues, to establish if there were conflicts of interest, if there's ties amongst them in the executive, and the answer is yes. So, Chairperson, I hereby recommend an independent and forensic review to establish if all the income generated, in particularly the other income, has been properly declared, accounted for, and used for development of the sport where it really matters. Because I'm a firm believer, based on what's been presented to us, looking at how they are dodging us and not being truthful, I want to reiterate that we must charge them, because this is none other, Chairperson. They must be dissolved like they've been dissolved in the past for financial irregularities and for infighting amongst them. There's infighting and intimidation that led to where we are today with this cabal. So I hereby also request consideration for this cabal and this cartel of family and business partners and close associates to be dissolved as it was done in the past. Thank you, Chairperson.
Please take note so that can form part of the recommendations, the Honorable Molatani. Please unmute.
Chairperson, thank you very much.
I wanted to skip you now because we can't hear you.
Okay, sir. I will come later. Let me just get off the bus.
Yeah, or perhaps get higher on the mountain. The Honorable Cabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me not waste too much of your time. I'll submit others in writing, but specifically, I would want to get clarity in writing on and around the issue of elections from both the side of SASCOC and the side of Karate South Africa. But the other issue that I also want to agree as part of the proposal of subjecting this entity into a necessary investigation, especially on and around their finances. Because we fully agree that the 1.2 million is not fully enough to cater for development in rural areas. It is for that reason that we have equally requested a spreadsheet on how they have spent the previous allocation in all the districts as they have indicated on the report. It is also part of my proposal that, Chairperson, the department must look into aligning different bodies, because the impression that has been created is that there are different bodies that are coordinating karate in South Africa. And one of the questions that I wanted the department was to clarify was how true is this thing, and why are we not having why are we having different associates of karate? Well, we should be actually having one organization. And how are we also assisting these other organizations that are not aligned to Karate South Africa? That is what I wanted to propose, but also, Chairperson,
thank you.
For the department to look into this funding model. You know, Chairperson, it does not assist if the minister will make a pronouncement on the number of athletes that we would want to produce. But in terms of the actual work that has been done by federations, we are forming we are becoming a headless as a department, because how are these entities and federations going to perform with 1.2 allocated that has to deal with both development and the administration of the entity? It's part of my recommendation that, Chairperson, the department must be able to look into that thing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. I also want us to be mindful on the election. Be as it may, SASCOC said they can't interfere. But, you know, if there's an election, I think the underlying concern is the intimidation. So if someone raised his hand and did not come back and said, I felt intimidated, it's water down the drain. But it is an issue of utmost importance that we have to look in. The Honorable Nkosi, you have 2 minutes before I want to close this meeting.
No, Chairperson, I think on the issue of the elections, indeed, it needs to be looked at. The president of SASCOC, they must look at this issue of the voting by show of hands and maybe try to address the issue of the closing ballot, because indeed people are going to be victimized. We are true of that. And we understand if you are saying, no, this one was elected, indeed, he or she will be elected. But you know that what is it that we have done in order to that to happen? In this Karate South Africa, Chair, there's a lot of victimization, I must say it. And the president can say whatever, but there's a lot of victimization. I'm speaking because we are the people from provinces, and our people, we are representing people there. If a person doesn't want to do what the president is saying, obviously that person is victimized. So we really appeal that the SASCOC must look at the issue of this voting by ballot paper. Lastly, Chair, I will support my colleagues as well for the investigation. Indeed, it needs to be investigated, because his son, when he was contesting the technical director or whatever, the president was telling others that if you don't support me, I will deal with you. And indeed, he dealt with other people that were there. That is the allegation that we can be proven. I know that. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me deal with the son issue quick. Mr. Pillay Jr., how old are you?
I'm 46, going on 47.
46 minus 12.
46 minus 12 would be 32 approximately. Yeah.
So you were 32 when you joined the organization?
No, I was a 3-year-old young man when I joined karate, and I was about
I'm talking about Karate South Africa. I'm asking this because your father said he found you in Karate South Africa.
13 years old. I was an athlete and a competitor for a number of years.
No. Answer my question. Your father said he found you in the organization.
In 2011, I was elected as a coach of Karate South Africa, as the head coach of the juniors.
Your father said he found you in the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. He was not a member, and I was elected as a coach.
And he is now 12 years being in the organization.
Correct.
Thank you for that. Honorable members, Honorable Potgieter, you want to 2 minutes before I close?
Yeah, I'm all good. I've just arrived at Parliament, so I'll
thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I want to close with this notion. There is a rumor or announcement that the president of the Union of Honorable Molatani, just give me an opportunity, please. That the Union of African Karate Federation will visit South Africa from 30 March to 4 April on behalf of the World Karate Federation to conduct a fact-finding mission, Mr. Hendricks. The stated purpose of the visit is to meet with karate stakeholders across the country, including instructors, athletes, parents, and individuals who may have left the current structure to join other karate associations. In light of this announcement, or in light of this rumor, I respectfully request PC Secretary that the committee seek clarity from KSA on the following matters. What issue within the South African karate structure led to the need for an international fact-finding visit by the World Karate Federation? How many clubs, members, or athletes have left the Karate South Africa structure in recent years, and what reasons were provided for their departure? What steps are Karate South Africa is taking to address the concerns being raised by athletes, parents, and clubs within the karate community? Whether the federation is fully, Mr. Hendricks, is fully cooperating with the International Federation fact-finding process and facilitating open engagement with all stakeholders. I want to close, Honorable Molatani, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, on the department, can the department please assist regarding the issue of finances? Really, 1.2, it's nothing if you want to develop this sport. Two, the issue of president, I hear that president was saying that the issue of the the issue of the chairperson, it can't be right that we are having someone who has been a president since from 2013 up until to date, and at the end of the day, he doesn't want to give space to other people in a way that election by means of show of hands
it tells you that I don't want to live. Whoever who wants me to live, he must deal with the consequence. So, is the president still going to stand again for the next term or not, Chairperson? It's time that president must leave, and the young ones must come and take over. Lastly, Chair, when I step over, the issue that I've raised that there are many associations within karate that are not even being taken care of by KSA. KSA must go back and do their homework. They must see to it that they unite all those people under one umbrella, because we cannot keep on giving a certain portion of karate money and then the others are still left behind. Thank you very much, Chair.
You're 100% honorable, Molotani. That's why this federation is coming to South Africa to see parents, individuals who may have left the current structure. That's the problem that we are having. Honorable Musa, 1 minute. I want to close.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, my submission is that in terms of the influence and the irregular elections, I think what should happen forthwith is that we should get all these submissions by all the honorable members in writing in terms of the questions that were posed during this process that we had this morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Good
because it
suggestion,
seems that
honorable
there
member.
was a lot of there was a lot of intimidation and influence that obviously led to where the present president is elected under irregular circumstances. I think it wasn't free, fair, and democratic, so to speak.
Thank you so much,
you,
honorable member, colleagues. SASCOC, Karate South Africa. We have had serious discussions this morning, the whole day, and what has surfaced was serious concerns and serious allegations. My summary thus of this meeting is that members have raised strong issues that we cannot ignore. Matters of governance, matters of accountability, and the need for a deeper development beyond programs. We just see programs, we're not seeing deep developments. These are not points these are the points that we demand action and attention if karate is to strive in this country. Members, we have also recommended clear performance indicators so that progress can be measured not only in activity but in outcomes. We have emphasized the importance of membership systems, ensuring inclusivity, accountability, and also prevent nepotism. We should have a strong growth in this organization. I hear the members' argument for much more money. This is not a federation that is under the 16th priority. So it is also, Mr. Campbell, time for DSAC to step up to the plate when it comes to how they prioritize the allocation of funding, because, for starters, this federation has received 500,000 or 100,000 more than another cycling that is part of the priority 16 codes of the department. So there is a disjuncture, and we have to correct that. I also heard members talk about the progress reports so that this committee, as well as the public, can have track records, evidence of transparency. Members urged the Federation to leverage the participation of girls. It comes out on school programs where we have to the GBV violence. We have to make sure that these programs, alongside the MOU been signed with the DBE, it is important that we ensuring that karate will be in that space of equity and empowerment. I also heard members encourage for a hybrid education model where karate training is integrated with academic support, building well-rounded scholars and athletes. For now, it seems to be just a dream. members insisted on a clear ownership and revenue plan. Clear ownership and a revenue plan so that karate builds sustainability and does not remain dependent only on external organizations. So we are committed as a committee. Karate South Africa, we are committed as the committee. This robust engagement should not be seen as personal. It's the only way and manner how we're going to fix and get this country right through measurable performance, inclusive participation, transparent reporting, and sustainable planning. In this way, we honor both the discipline of karate and the discipline of governance, ensuring that there is dignity, sustainability, and excellence for our athletes and our nation. Furthermore, I would agree with the honorable members that DSAC, SASCOC, we need a thorough independent review on what is transpired within hockey with the serious allegations that members have made. We've heard the plight of Honorable Mtetwa, who feel that we are becoming useless at some time when it comes to reports and also allegations, outcomes, and debates of this nature. So with that said, honorable members, I am going to adjourn this meeting and would like to thank each and everyone for your contribution and also how you are representing your country, your province, and the issues that you are bringing to this committee so that we can have a federation that is accountable and that we as a country can look up for and say, yes, we can take this country forward. With that said, honorable members, with that said, SASCOC department as well as KSA, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye,
Thank you,
everyone.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to the action from the professionals.